Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Here.
Mr. Dyson? I believe Mr. Dyson will be joining us telephonically. Ms. McKenna Anderson, our youth representative.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Hanson, can you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there minutes of previous meetings?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Folsey?
I'm advised that the mayor has no immediate report at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Folsey. Assembly Chair's report. Just wanted to make sure the members had a few meetings on their calendars and for members of the public. So this Friday we have two important meetings. First is a special assembly meeting in which we will plan on going into an executive session to review get some legal updates on some current cases. That's going to happen Friday, 11 a.m. in room 155, City Hall, first floor. Next, we'll have the Rules Committee meeting at 12 noon, same location, 155, first floor. Next week, we will have a joint meeting of the Mat-Su Borough and Anchorage Assemblies. That's August 29th, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Mat-Su Borough office. That's at 350 East Dahlia Avenue in Palmer. So we'll be driving out for that one. Also wanted to let the members get an update about the Complete Counts Commission, which is a commission that I am a part of. We had our first meeting of that. There were leaders in housing, business, education, and the nonprofit sectors who are really interested in making sure that we have a count that is as accurate as possible for the municipality. More to come on that soon. Moving on in our agenda, we'll go ahead and do committee reports. We'll start with Mr. Perez Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just an update that we have a homeless committee meeting on Wednesday, August 21st, from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. That's in City Hall and Suite 830, so tomorrow. And at that meeting, there are 4 items on the agenda. We'll be discussing camp abatement, an update on the latest impacts of the state budget, update on civil emergency, and a discussion on the concerns regarding homelessness community impacts. So we encourage the community to come out and join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez Verdia. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Nothing for me, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Just that we postponed the meeting of the Enterprise Utility Oversight Committee, and at the next meeting you'll see a resolution that will, a memorandum that will appropriate, if the body agrees, a small amount of funds to support the membership of Roe Sturgielewski on the committee that's working on the PCT. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And on the 28th of August, we'll be having our Ethics and Election Committee meeting. I believe it'll be noon to 1 in room 240 at City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Health Policy Committee will meet tomorrow. I chair this committee with Ms. Quinn Davidson, and we'll be meeting at City Hall, room 155, from 12:30 to 1:30, and we will be reviewing and discussing changes to Title 17 Animal Code, particularly regarding shelter definitions and protective custody and bonds. Also, last week, I attended the Alaska Municipal League Conference in Soldotna, and we'll be actually having a work session, I understand, sometime in the next couple weeks with the executive director of the Alaska Municipal League, and I'll talk more at that time about the conference. But one interesting point of discussion had to do with the roles and responsibilities of local governments versus the state. And that was a very engaging discussion and one that certainly will be fleshed out in future discussions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Community and Economic Development Committee has 2 meetings coming up next week, and one, we've moved our regular Thursday meeting to Tuesday, August 27th at 9 a.m., and that is in the Permitting Center. And then we have a special committee meeting coming up on the 28th, and that's at 11 a.m., and that is at the City Hall Assembly Conference Room. And then I'm sure Mr. Weddleton may want to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Public Safety Committee met on August 7th, and we got a very informative update from our traffic department about pedestrian and other traffic fatalities, which is an often overlooked part of public safety. Our next meeting will be on September 4th. I'd also note that I attended the Public Safety Advisory Commission last week, which was the first time an Assembly member had gone, I believe, since Ms. Dimboski left the body, and I intend, as the co-chair of Public Safety, to continue to go to that commission. Last note, on Monday, I know many of you were there, and members of the public were there as well. We opened our new APD headquarters downtown, and the mayor spoke, and a number of community leaders were there, and it was a very positive event. So the new headquarters for APD downtown is now open to the public, and that is where most members of the public will go for most issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There will be an Anchored Home quarterly community discussion on August 27th here at the library, and co-chairs of the Committee on Homelessness, myself and Mr. Perez-Verdia, will be there, and it will be an opportunity for the public to discuss with us public health and safety issues related to homelessness, and there will be a separate breakout session facilitated by others to talk about housing. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, and that's from 5:30 to 7:30.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. Just to add on a little bit to what Crystal said, on the Community Economic Development Committee meeting on the 27th, we'll be looking at marijuana renewals, possibly some that we'll have in front of us today, but also Danish Gardens and Alaska Scents, which had a lot of notices of violation. So we'll kind of discuss what we might want to do with them. And we'll also at that meeting discuss Ordinance 2019-103, which is the proposal to put on-site consumption of marijuana to a ballot. And the meeting the next day on the 28th, we will cover the Ordinance 2019-102, which is on the agenda today for possible tax exemptions.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
Nothing to add, thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry I'm a little late. I'm out here in the bush north of where the fire is. It's pretty smoky up here. The audit committee will meet on Thursday at noon in the assembly room down first floor. The audit reports are I think you all have gotten a handful of them. The most interesting, perhaps significant one is on the Office of Information Technology on the business continuity plan. And the administration reports that they do have that whole issue and they're on top of it, but in fact it has not been formalized as the code requires. And that'll be our primary issue on Thursday. I might add that the report you should have seen from the Municipal Women's Commission, they add that nothing has been done on the processing of rape kits that they recommended strongly, I think, a year ago. The Eagle River Advisory Board has had a spotty record meeting. They have done some work, and there's several irregularities there, and the auditor recommends we only extend them for a year, and I support that, and I think with the Title 21 stuff coming up this fall, it's necessary for them to continue. The audit on urban design seems like the Urban Design Commission has been doing lots of good work. The auditor notes that there's nothing in the code about the composition of that board or the number of members. and the Homeless Housing Neighborhood Development Committee apparently has been doing lots of work, but they did not submit a report to the Assembly, which was due on June 1. So that's what has been before the Audit Committee, and I have no other items.
Thank you. Moving on in the agenda, Madam Vice Chair.
Okay. Move to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, those items are incorporated. So as many of us know, at the Section 8 of the Assembly meeting agenda for addendum to the agenda, the Assembly practice has been to read all of the items into the record. These so-called addendum items have been timely submitted to the clerk's office and are included on the online agenda, and electronic copies were provided to the members on Friday. Hard copies are available for the public and the members tonight at the meeting. Laid on the table items are sent electronically to the members the day of the meeting and typically only include items for introduction or timely appropriation. Because there appears to be unknown value in reading them, we are no longer continuing that practice. Again, copies of the addendum to the agenda are available in the vestibule, and the addendum and laid on the table documents are available from the clerk's staff. Moving on to our consent agenda items numbered 9A through 9F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. With that, I'll go ahead and go down the dais, see what folks want to pull. Start with you, Ms. Anderson.
None, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to pull 9A7 for reading and 9B2.
Thank you. Ms. Salatel.
No items, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 9A1 for reading.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 9A3 and item 9D2. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to pull one item, 9 Echo 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to pull item 9A2 for reading.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 9A6.
Thank you. Mr. Perez Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull item 9A3 for reading.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson, do you have any items?
Items.
Thank you. All right, so let me go ahead go over that list. So I have 9A1, 2, 3 pulled by both Ms. Kennedy and Mr. Perez Verdia. 6 and 7. I have 9B2, 9D2, and 9E1. Are there any other items? Okay, Madam Vice Chair.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, those items have been approved except for the pulled items. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 9A through 9E, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for future public hearing, which are all the items in 9F. So if you were here to see action on those items that on the consent agenda that was not pulled, that action is now complete. Now we're going to go through all the items that were pulled, starting with 9A1, resolution number AR 2019. 19-258, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing September as Hunger Action Month and supporting the elimination of hunger in Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that passes. Who's reading, who's presenting?
Mr. Chair, I am reading. I'm not sure who is presenting. Oh, Mr. Weddleton.
Great.
Whereas September is designated as Hunger Action Month across the United States, and whereas in Alaska there are about 100,310 food insecure people, and of them around 34,690 are children, and whereas Anchorage is committed to taking steps to raise awareness about the need to combat hunger in every part of our city and to provide additional resources that citizens need, and whereas Anchorage has a strong anti-hunger network comprised of the food industry, faith-based, tribal, public, and nonprofit organizations committed to addressing hunger. And whereas charitable programs are unable to fully support those struggling with hunger, and SNAP, also known as food stamps, are an important resource to food insecure individuals, providing supplemental money to help buy food until they can get back on their feet. And whereas the Food Bank of Alaska distributes about 6.2 million meals through its network of food pantries, partner agencies, and other community organizations, now therefore the Anchorage Assembly resolves that September is Hunger Action Month and encourages all citizens to give their time and financial resources to the Food Bank of Alaska or other entities in Anchorage's anti-hunger network to help our neighbors in need. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 20th day of August, 2019.
Welcome.
Hi, thanks for letting me say a few words. So 1 in 8 Alaskans and 1 in 5 Alaskan kids go hungry at some point every year in Alaska. And we know that communities that are not hungry are healthier, they're safer, and they're altogether stronger. And so we really just I want to extend a thank you on behalf of the Food Bank of Alaska to the Anchorage Assembly for this proclamation. And thank you for taking a stand with those who face hunger every year in Alaska and for standing with us who are fighting hunger. Thank you.
Thank you. And could you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Eve Van Domlin. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Manager at the Food Bank of Alaska.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, we now have before us item 9A2, resolution number AR 2019-268, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Anchorage Fire Department firefighter paramedic Christopher Doug Widener for his heroic actions assisting a citizen in danger while off duty. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I'll be reading. Whereas on January 28, 2019, firefighter paramedic Christopher Doug Widener was off duty traveling in his personal vehicle with his daughter Riley when she alerted him that she saw dark gray smoke coming from the vents of Brown Electric. He stopped and went inside to confirm building evacuation and 911 notification of what appeared to be a commercial structure fire. And whereas after ensuring employees and customers were evacuated and accounted for, Doug was informed of unaccounted residents in the upstairs apartment unit. He began to pound on the entry door to the apartment and called out to residents to make them aware of the evacuation. After approximately 1 to 2 minutes, an elderly man emerged from the stairwell and stated that his wife was still upstairs searching for their cat. And whereas the stairwell was engulfed in thick, dark smoke that came down to knee level, Doug made his way up the stairwell, continuing to call out for the female resident. Searching from a crouching position, he heard a female voice coming from one of the rooms. Doug entered the room and made contact with the female, who was disoriented and reluctant to evacuate. Doug held on to her, and as he led her down the stairs and out of the building, as Anchorage Fire Department crews arrived on location, and whereas Doug put himself at great risk to save the lives of the occupants trapped inside the residential unit. The smoke conditions were severe. Occupants would have had severe medical complications and or death if they had not been rescued by Doug prior to the arrival of fire units. And whereas, while off duty under hazardous conditions and confronted with imminent personal risk, firefighter-paramedic Doug Widener performed a selfless act of conspicuous heroism, which personifies the highest traditions of the fire service. The Anchorage Assembly resolves that firefighter paramedic Christopher Doug Widener is recognized and honored for his act of heroism off duty, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 20th day of August 2019.
Welcome.
On behalf of Riley and I, we just wanted to say thank you, everyone, for this opportunity. We definitely enjoy being able to serve the community with the fire department every day. And on behalf of the rest of the amazing professionals that I get to be a team with, day in and day out, we're just very appreciative of the recognition. Thank you very much.
Stick around, guys. There's one more.
Yeah. Speaking of, we now have before us item 9A3, resolution number AR 2019-269, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Anchorage Fire Department firefighter paramedic John Sari for his heroic actions assisting a citizen in danger. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that passes. Who's reading? Who's presenting?
Mr. Chairman, I'm reading, and Mr. Presverdia is presenting. So, this is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Anchorage Fire Department firefighter paramedic John Sari for his heroic actions assisting a citizen in danger. Whereas on January 25, 2019, firefighter paramedic John Sari was transporting a stable patient in Medic 6 when a short distance in front of the ambulance, a female came running out of a side yard in distress, screaming for help. She was being chased by a large male who was obviously intent on doing her harm. John safely stopped the ambulance to assist as the male caught the female and began to violently assault her. And whereas John radioed fire dispatch to report the incident and request APD assistance when he saw the male begin to choke the female with his hands firmly around her neck. John exited the vehicle, fearing for the life of the woman being choked. He approached the ongoing assault. The man began to aggressively curse at John and did not appear willing to stop the violent assault. And whereas with no immediate assistance to help save the woman, John took action and physically took down and pinned the assailant to the ground. His partner on the ambulance, Emily Tyrell, assisted in holding down the assailant until Engine 6 and APD arrived to help. And whereas working as emergency responders, Anchorage Fire Department employees are often faced with a difficult risk versus benefit analysis, John Sari took the necessary action to prevent severe injury and the possible death of the victim. And whereas in the performance of duty under hazardous conditions and confronted with imminent personal risk, firefighter paramedic John Sari performed an act of conspicuous heroism which personifies the highest traditions of the fire service. The Anchorage Assembly resolves that firefighter paramedic John Sari is recognized and honored for his act of heroism on duty, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 20th day of August, 2019.
Welcome.
I guess thanks. I didn't expect to say anything, but appreciate it. He's low-key.
Brief, to the point. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, to everybody assembled, Chief, I would say that just before the meeting got started, in the finest tradition of the fire service, I was outside and witnessed a member of the public assaulting one of the security guards here. And one of your firefighters, in fact, the captain standing to your right, intervened in a way that is described very well in the resolutions we've just heard. And so I just want to let the public know that I'm very proud to see the tradition is imbued within every layer of this institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to let the members know that Medic 6 and Fire Engine 6 are located at the Muldoon Fire Station. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson, and thank you all for your service to our community. Oh, Ms. Quinn Davidson, apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to thank you for your service and also thank Ms. Tyrell. It sounds like she had a big part in it as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. All right, moving on in our agenda, we now have before us item 9A6, resolution number AR 2019-282, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly remembering Chris Birch. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that is approved. Who's reading? Who is presenting?
I'm reading, Mr. Chair. In the dark.
If the family can come on up. Thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly remembering Chris Birch. Whereas on August 7th, 2019, Christopher Chris Jim Birch passed away at the age of 68. And whereas Chris Birch was born to geologist Betty Jean Birch and mining engineer Frank Birch in Sterling, Illinois, on August 28, 1950, leading to a long history in Alaska with his youth spent in mining camps near Fairbanks and the Brooks Range. And whereas Chris earned a bachelor's degree in mining engineering from the University of Alaska Fairbanks in 1972 and a master's of science degree in engineering management in 1979. His career as a civil engineer included work as senior engineer at Anchorage International Airport, as principal in charge at WH Pacific ASGC, and as vice president at NANA. And whereas Chris truly loved serving his community, including a decade on the board of Hilltop Ski Area and the board of directors of the Chugach Electric Association from 1997 to 2005, and membership in Anchorage East Rotary, the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce, the Alaska State Chamber of Commerce, the Alaska Support Industry Alliance, Commonwealth North, the Resource Development Council, and the Alaska Miners Association. And whereas local government was a passion shown through his progression from the boards and chairmanships of the Valley View Homeowners Association, the Mid-Hillside Community Council, and the Hillside Home and Landowners Association, HALO, to 3 terms representing South Anchorage on the Anchorage Municipal Assembly from 2005 to 2014. And whereas in 2016, Chris was elected to the Alaska House of Representatives for District 26, and in 2018, he was elected to the Alaska State Senate, District M. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly remembers Chris Birch for his faithful service to the people of Anchorage and the state of Alaska and extends its sincere appreciation with condolences to his friends and family. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 20th day of August, 2019.
Well, all I could say is on behalf of the Birch, Kindred, and Henry families, we thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Before you walk away. Yep, just a few words. I had the fortune last year to go on a hike with Chris up in the hills of Anchorage, and we had lots of long conversations about kind of the future we'd like to see for our community. And it was really along the lines of how people of different stripes can work together for common cause. And I can say, having been at Hilltop last week, that I was struck. It was the 50th anniversary of Woodstock, and I swear, as I was walking in with lines and lines and lines of people who couldn't park inside the parking lot because the parking lot was full, that it was like a pilgrimage of people who were of all different kinds and stripes. And so I think that moment was a crystal clear snapshot of the life that he lived, which is a life bringing us all together.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
All right, thanks. I've been following Chris around for a long, long time. I followed him as chair of the Mid-Hillside Community Council and then on the board and chair of Halo, and now sitting up here. And for a lot of those years, we butted heads occasionally. But I learned from him that, you kind of focus on the issue and not on the person. And I ran out of gas in front of his house once on my motorcycle. And even though we'd been recently butting our heads on some, I said, well, oh, Chris lives there, without a thought, knowing that he'd give me some gas. And he did, we had a nice conversation. I went on my way. So I think that was very typical of Chris. But also in the last couple of years, particularly when I was in the legislature, I had the opportunity to thank him several times for things that he did. And we just, no talking on your cell phone in the school zones ordinance that passed, that is a direct result of his work in the legislature, and I was proud to be part of the sponsorship of that. So he was a good guy, and very much will miss him. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here tonight, and my heartfelt sympathy for your loss. Clearly, Senator Birch, Chris was very passionate about serving his community, as evidenced by his long record of public service. And in February at the Alaska Municipal League Conference, the legislative gathering, I got to sit next to Chris at the dinner, and we enjoyed chatting, and we got to talking about the binder. And for those who don't know what the binder is, it's this thing that we get before meetings to prepare and go through all the items. And he kind of reminisced a bit about the process and told me on Saturdays he'd brew a couple pots of coffee and sit down. And actually, that made me feel really good, because after 2 years in, I'm in the ballpark range for coffee consumption. But also wanted to mention too, John's point about the mobile phones, handheld devices, and how sometimes, we run into issues here that need state fixes. And while I couldn't be a part of that due to a conflict, it was great to talk to Chris about it, and he was very enthusiastic, and that we were able to implement it at the local level, and it went into effect today, first day of school. And I also just wanted to add, too, that it's struck me very much so that when a family member serves, the entire family serves and sacrifices and lends their loved one or gives their loved one to the community. So thank you all very much for lending, for giving your husband, your father-in-law, your grandfather to our community for so many years.
Thank you. We now have before us item 9A7, resolution number AR 2019-283, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Jerry Hansen for his over 48 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I read with great regret. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Jerry Hansen for his over 48 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Jerry has worked for the municipality of Anchorage for 48 years of public service, beginning his career when many neighborhoods had unpaved gravel streets and helping to build the modern transportation network Anchorage residents enjoy today. And whereas his first job with the then city of Anchorage was in the summer of 1968 when he was still in college. And whereas he worked his way up through various public works roles, beginning on a surveyor crew, then progressing to a project inspector, a project administrator, a project manager, and finally a department director. And whereas he has overseen hundreds of major and minor road, drainage, lighting, pathway, and pedestrian projects in every assembly district in the municipality of Anchorage, and there is almost no public works project in the municipality of Anchorage he has not had a role in over the last 5 decades. And whereas he inspected, administered, and managed countless projects with professional excellence, including 15th Avenue, Turpin Street, 9th Avenue, street paving in Mountain View and Fairview, Strawberry Road, and more. And whereas he has been the director of the Project Management and Engineering Department since 2007 and has been involved in the construction of many notable projects across Anchorage, including Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, the Denina Civic and Convention Center, Spenard Road, and 100th Avenue. And whereas he oversaw modernization efforts to put both soil boring test results and record drawings into a GIS database, saving time and resources for the engineering and construction communities. And whereas he has worked diligently under the administration of every Anchorage mayor since Mayor George Sullivan. And whereas his professionalism, his good-natured attitude, and his self-professed Norwegian stubbornness have become well known throughout the Anchorage community and will be greatly missed upon his retirement. And whereas Jerry will be leaving his position as Director of Project Management and Engineering on September 6, 2019. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves Jerry Hansen is recognized, honored, and thanked for his devoted service to the municipality of Anchorage and its employees. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 20th day of August, 2019.
Well, first of all, my wife knows this. I could break up at any time. And the second thing, I didn't know about this, and I was ready to leave after nobody pulled my one item. And I was told I couldn't, so it's been my pleasure to serve the citizens of Anchorage for this time, all the mayors, and all the assembly people, too. It's been a good run. I've enjoyed it. But I think it's time to move on and take a break. I've worked with some of the best people. I've got a wonderful crew at a PM&E. They're outstanding. And I want to thank the mayor, Mr. Falsey, and as I say, each one of you. And last of all, I want to thank my wife. So, anyway, thank you.
Oh, it's not over.
Mr. Dunbar.
Hey, Jerry. I just want to first thank you, as I know a number of my colleagues want to. You were one of the very first people that I talked to when I got in the Assembly, and you've always been so responsive and professional, and you've done so much for East Anchorage, so I just want to say thank you for that. And I also want to ask you, what's next? I'm really curious what your plans are.
Well, shortly after September 6th, we're going to drive out. We have a second home in Phoenix. We're going to go spend the winter, and we'll be back next summer. You may see me for some reason. I don't know.
I hope to see you again.
So do I.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, Jerry, 48 years, I had no idea. But in all the time I've been involved doing since early community councilors, you've been the guy who knew all the stuff, always had good answers right away. And I've always really appreciated that. So it's I'm going to miss you. But I had no idea, 48 years. Wow, that explains it. So.
I'm old.
So, well, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just put it into context. On December 20th, I'll turn 48 years old.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you so much. We now have before us item 9B2, resolution number AR 2019-277, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the renewals of municipal marijuana licenses for various cultivation establishments, various manufacturing establishments, and stating the Assembly's waive of protest to the renewal State of Alaska marijuana for various license numbers. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, I pulled this and I recommend approval, but we have a long list of licenses here. Most of them have, or several of them have, some notices of violation where, something went wrong. Either our code enforcement or the state found some kind of problem. A lot of them are fairly minor, it seems. They're fixed very quickly. But when we get this in front of us, it can be approved on the consent agenda. But if we pull it off, if there's any that anyone would like to pull off for a public hearing, that's also something we can do. So I just pulled this. I didn't find any, in my opinion, rose that level. But if anyone does, we have special wording that Mandy provided for us, so we could bifurcate those out and send them to public hearing at the next meeting, should anyone care to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And I don't have any, but I just would like to speak to the notion that most of, as Mr. Weddleton said, any of the notices were very de minimis and were corrected quickly. And I think as a benchmark, this industry, according to these licensees, has done a pretty darn good job.
And if I might add, I think I misspoke. Most of them don't have NOVs. The few that do, I didn't think rose is the big issue.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Weddleton, I just wanted to clarify your statement. You've reviewed these violations in your committee and have determined that they are not worthy of pulling them from this list. Is that correct?
We did not review them in committee.
You did not?
No, I spoke for myself.
I see. Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Did we go through these on the CDC?
Quarterly report.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do get a quarterly report that lists the NOVs.
Right.
So we do review that. We didn't look specifically at this ordinance or this list presented this way, but we do get quarterly lists of violations.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just because you brought that up, it might make sense in the future, Mandy, that we craft an AIM that goes with this, that just lists out the violations as reviewed and anything that we decided at the committee. And so while we just have that conversation at the committee, the annual might be the time to attach that, to give any member or a member of the public a very condensed opportunity to see that stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to briefly touch on that point again about the work we do in committee. It's true that that list of notice of violations is not specifically attached to these renewals, but it is a lot of the same places because we get a quarterly report. And I think that has been really effective for us because, as those of us who are on the body can remember, when the serious, what some saw as a very serious violation arose last year, it sort of blindsided us. And so I can sort of say with confidence that unless they haven't had an NOV since we did our last quarterly report, at least it's the opinion of myself and I think some folks on the committee that these folks don't have anything that rises to that level. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I will agree with my colleagues that none of these licenses are particularly worrisome, although I will encourage my colleagues to re-review pages 90 and 91, which is a letter from some unknown source, but it does point out some particularly worrisome licenses, but none of them are before us at this point, except for Enlighten, which the issue brought up in this letter has nothing to do with NOVs, but mainly looks like some type of zoning issue. With that, I'd be happy to support renewing these licenses. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Weddleton.
Just regarding that letter, we have in front of us, Alaska Sense comes to us on September 10, and also Danish Garden, and those from our previous reviews do have significant level of NOVs. So we're going to be reviewing those at our meeting on the 27th. So we'll be presumably prepared for comment from the committee for that meeting. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. As to the letter, I received a copy of that earlier, and I was pretty offended by it because A, it wasn't unnamed, B, it created the sense of there were real problems, but when you dug deeply into, in particular the one you mentioned, Enlighten, it was nothing. They have a parking issue that's going to be there forever because of the nature of the building, and a lot of Spenard has the same problem. And so I would just say to the members, exercise caution when reading anonymous letters and look closely because maybe there's an agenda there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I understand the process that Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Weddleton spoke to. So there's a quarterly report of violations, and there is a threshold at which that you either feel like that those are not worthy of discussing within the committee, and then there's a threshold at which you actually go through and discuss them. Is that correct?
Mr. Weddleton?
Well, maybe
the chair, sorry.
We get the list and we'll review it at the committee, and but it's kind of a personal thing. Does this worry you? Some of them would be recording product in their point of sale system metric, and that's the state mostly deals with that. That's not something within our code that we deal with. So my personal view on that is, well, I'm not going to put them through the ringer on that because the state will take care of that. If we have consistent odor violations that are simply not being addressed properly, okay, well, that's something in our arena that I would bring up. And certainly if we had cases where there's marijuana on the ground outside, bells go off and we deal with that. So it's somewhat subjective. Okay. But I think, does the rest of the assembly get those quarterly reports? I mean, that's something. It's just usually 1 or 2 pages, and code enforcement will be there, and we'll discuss them during the meeting.
Just to follow up real quick, I guess I would just, and we can have a conversation offline, but I would love to receive a copy of those, and I have yet to attend your meeting, so I would like to do that as well, so I make sure that I'm a part of that. But it seems to me that it might be helpful to have some kind of rubric or threshold or something to be able to sort of have a sense of what is a significant violation and what is a minor violation. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Constant.
Mr. Gates can go first if you don't mind because I've spoken twice.
Sure. Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to comment on the question about whether there's a threshold. What would you have is what's in our municipal code and in Title 108080 when there's a renewal, Section B, subsection B says the Assembly will deny an application for renewal for a marijuana license if the Assembly finds, number 3, that the license has been operated in violation of a condition or restriction the Assembly previously imposed. That usually is the resolution that has conditions and restrictions added to it. Also, any reason for denying an initial application. And in that subsection for an initial application, they'll be denied. I'm going to read one subsection. The license or endorsement would violate any restriction applicable to the particular license type authorized under this chapter. And so we have violations of Chapter 1080. This phrase, though, was worded in the future tense in a way. So we sort of look at these notice violations and, as you said, get a sense whether this operators would continue to violate the restrictions that are in Chapter 1080 or not. So that, I think, is sort of the threshold that you're trying to look for.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. 2 things. One, as difficult as it is to winnow through every one of those documents that's under each one of those files, that the violations are all in there, right? And so those are all present for us. And again, the AIM that goes with these might be wise so that you can have it handy, but the conversation that happens at the committee is really we're looking at repeat violations and people who are willfully not correcting their behavior. And those are the things that stand out for us if there's some willful action going on. And so it is a robust process that's evolved since those of us who are newer to the Assembly have been on the body. And I think it's very thorough, and it's interesting to come and participate in.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for those members of the public that might possibly be unaware, the producers and the members in the marijuana industry are required to keep track of every single plant from seed to sale. And so sometimes and every time anything is shipped, they need a shipping memo that keeps track of all the numbers of all the plants and everything. And so and with some operations having thousands of plants, there are times when they get some of those numbers confused. And so those are what are considered minor clerical violations. And that was rules that were created by the state of Alaska. Those are not rules that we created here at the municipality of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson.
Yes.
That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 9D2, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 545, 2019, cooperative purchase from Rosenbauer South Dakota LLC for a Rosenbauer EXT pumper apparatus for Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Fire Department. What is the will of the body?
Moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Who pulled this? Ms. Kennedy?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have, I will be supporting this. I do have a question, though, for Chief Hetrick, and I noticed she was here, so I'd appreciate it if she could come up. Mr. Chair, part of my hesitation, I guess, to support this. I mean, I will support it, but I do hesitate because I'm still getting complaints from my community that we're losing our ladder truck. And even though, what's to complain about? You're getting a brand new, shiny fire engine, right? But this is different equipment. It's not really a replacement. It's different equipment. And so I guess my question in this, it does say that old truck 11 is expected to go into reserve status. So can you tell me more about what that means? Does that particular piece of equipment actually stay at Station 11 alongside the new equipment, or is it off to the boneyard? Enlighten me, thank you.
Assemblymember Kennedy, through the chair. So reserve status, we follow a rule, the National Fire Protection Association sets our rules. So we are allowed to keep apparatus in service for 20 years if we have a good maintenance program. If we don't have a good maintenance program, it's only 15 years. So we are at the end of 20 years that truck has provided service to the community. We're fortunate that rule also allows us to keep that apparatus available to be used as a reserve apparatus for another 5 years. So it will stay within the municipality for 5 years. It probably will not be at Station 11 because we don't have room. In a couple of years, we'll be coming to you for support for funding to replace Station 11 and put it in have a larger facility for that station. But at this point in time, when the new apparatus arrives, the truck will go into reserve and it will probably be put into a station somewhere at another firehouse. Right now, we're not sure where because we're short on space for that too. So we're not sure exactly where it'll end up. However, anytime that one of our other truck companies goes down, that reserve apparatus will be put into service. So we should get another good 5 years of service out of it because one of the other truck companies that we have, Truck 3, is a apparatus that is close to its used life, but also the manufacturer went out of business and we can't get parts for it. So we expect that Truck 11 will quite often be put in service at Station 3, which again will serve Eagle River. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you, Chief. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Chief. Actually, I just want to reiterate, I share the same concerns that Ms. Kennedy does, and in fact, ADN, I'm sure you saw the article this week, 3 days ago. I mean, they had the engine front and center on their website with the condo fire that happened out in Eagle River. And I know you're confident, but I just want you to say, are you confident that we're going to be able to service the growing needs of the community without that apparatus, something that can go high and in awkward places in the urban environment?
Yes, we are confident that we could serve with other apparatus. The thing that I try to keep in people's minds is the fact that right now, today, that truck company, there are plenty of places in Eagle River it can't get to. Roads are too narrow, just the angle, the steep angle of the roads. So this is not the best type of apparatus for serving the rest of the community, and we're confident that any of the structures where we would need a significant, aerial apparatus, that we'll be able to serve.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And actually, apologies, Ms. Kennedy.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really just had another comment, just kind of along the lines of what Mr. Constant was talking about. And, there is absolutely a disagreement that it's not equipment that is that well suited for the community, considering there are definitely more wild areas in the Chugiak Eagle River area that need something other than a big ladder truck, and we get that, but we do have the more suburban, urban areas, if you will, and I think what I really noticed watching the news last week with the multifamily apartment that caught on fire here in Anchorage, that's what they used, was the ladder truck. I thought, well, we won't have that capability in our community, and really everything in the municipality north of Muldoon will be without a ladder truck. And so considering some of the potential for the bridge going out and us just kind of being a little bit on our own, that's where the concern comes from. So I hope that the conversation isn't over. I think that obviously there are other needs that need to be met out there as well. It's almost like we need a little bit of everything out there because we're such a diverse community in terms of wildlands and wetlands and close, dense housing. And so anyway, I'm just hoping that the conversation isn't quite over yet. We're happy to have new equipment, but at the same time, we need very specific equipment for specific emergency situations. It's not so much the call volume as it is the response capability. So anyway, I will approve this, but thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson.
Yes.
That is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 9E1, Information Memorandum Number AIM 108-2019, Internal Audit Report 2019-07, Information Technology Business Continuity Plan, Office of Information Technology. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of September 10.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Postponing will enable this item to be taken up in the Audit Committee meeting, which is scheduled for this Thursday, August 22nd, noon, in City Hall, room 155.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Seeing no further discussion, is there any opposition to postponement of this item? Seeing none, this item is postponed to the meeting of September 10th. All right, that completes our consent agenda. Moving on, we now have before us item, where are you? There you are. 11A. You can just ask him to come up. Resolution number AR 2019-183, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding Alaska House Bill 79, an act that would create a new defined benefit pension option for state and municipal peace officers and firefighters in the Public Employees Retirement System of Alaska with protections for the state against unforeseen future liabilities. What is the will of the body? Actually, do we have a motion on this one already?
There is a motion on this.
Okay. And is it a motion to approve?
There's a motion to approve by Mr. Weddleton, and it was seconded by Mr. Constant.
Okay, so the clerk advises me that we have a motion already. So is there any discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I spoke somewhat forcefully against this until I had done my homework, and I'm glad to say that all the objections that I had to defined benefit programs are answered, and this thing is well crafted, and all of us, I think, get into some conflict with our values, cognitive dissonance, if you will. But amongst the many things that this solves, or helps to solve, is when the city, at great expense, trains new officers and then gives them the OJT, then that candidate or new officer goes away and takes a job somewhere else, and we don't get the benefit of the significant amount of money that's been expended on the training. And this will help to solve parts of that problem. It also is well crafted in that the taxpayers of the city do not assume a disproportionate amount of the liability if indeed the retirement fund turns out to be underfunded. And I really appreciate those efforts. We heard some pretty good testimony at the beginning of this meeting tonight about our public service, public safety officers who run towards the trouble, and all of us are grateful. And I think this is an important issue for both recruiting and retaining public safety officers all over the state. So I'm glad to have been wrong, and I'm delighted at how well crafted this is, and I think it's appropriate for us to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to point out that we are joined by Representative Kopp here in the audience. Thank you for being here. And then second, I'm not sure how to proceed with this one, honestly. As a sponsor, I'm completely in support of it. However, we had talked previously about referring this item to legislative committee, and I know Mr. Peterson's committee is meeting on the 28th of August. So actually, I would like other members to speak on whether or not we're ready to vote on this now or still want to refer this to committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Constant.
Well, since he's here, I would like to put Mr. Kopp on the spot and ask him to come speak to the resolution and timing and the whole package.
Thank you, Assemblyman Constant, Chair Rivera, and Assembly members. I really appreciate you taking up this resolution in support. So the resolution, you notice the very last part, asks that it be thoroughly vetted in committee by the legislature. It's certainly not rubber stamping. You probably have heard testimony of what's driving this. About 2 years ago, the state realized, along with municipalities, at the same time that they had an increasing separation between senior employees who were in a defined benefit system and new employees coming in, and new employees turning over at about 5 years to leave the state for defined benefit plan. We had many state troopers, former state troopers called in from Bellingham, Washington, from Portland, Oregon, that had moved out of state after they got their 5 years, got trained, and said, I'd love to work in Alaska. That's where I wanted to. I was born and raised in Anchorage. I was born and raised in Soldotna. But when I did the math, when I looked at what I was going to end up with, I would not be any better off in a Social Security plan. And the modeling of Social Security now compared to what the men and women are getting on our old Tier 4, our current Tier 4 plan, you're barely better off in Social Security, our public safety employees. That's literally what they're getting in, only they don't get Social Security because most cities have opted out of it. So it's not like they're getting their retirement plus Social Security. So what chiefs from North Pole to Ketchikan and from Bristol Bay to Anchorage have been calling all around the state, police, fire, and corrections, saying, we have become the training ground for the nation, and that they are leaving us, and so we have senior employees and very young employees, and this huge gap of mental experience in there. So please do something. So what this plan does is it addresses the problem of retirement plans cost too much, which we learned, which is why we went to Tier 4 in the first place. And the second problem it addresses is losing employees. And how it does that is it pushes a significant amount of risk back on the employee so that the ARM board, the Alaska Retirement Management Board, can adjust their percent that they put in up and down depending on how that fund is performing in the market. They can also, this plan also does not pay a cost of living allowance. The post-pension retirement adjustment can go away if it's underperforming. And there's and the health plan is like Tier 4 in that it's simply a health reimbursement arrangement. It's you put in cash into an employee's plan over time, and then they literally purchase the plan that's necessary to bridge them to 65 or whenever they would normally be on Medicare, whatever that age is when they retire, because we know the Medicare age does change. So it is not a guaranteed health benefit like the plan I retired with. I did 23 years of law enforcement in Alaska, Anchorage, Kenai, Bristol Bay Borough, and I was fortunate enough to have a defined benefit retirement system. That gets our men and women in blue through those tough days, weeks, years, as knowing that there's a goal in sight. And it's what we need to do to do right by them. This has moved through the House. It has, I hope, just one hearing left in House Finance Committee before it can be on the floor of the House for a vote. It has very strong support in the legislature, and I'm very motivated to get it across the finish line. The support of this assembly obviously means a huge amount to getting this bill across, because this assembly represents half the population of Alaska. So again, it's not the resolution is not rubber stamp it, but it acknowledges the background, the problem statement it's addressing, and that it is not a retirement plan that we have seen before. It's very much a hybrid. It very much assumes spreads the liability to employees in a way, and also the retirement date is postponed. I retired. Or I was eligible to retire at 20 years, no matter what that was. So if I started at 21, I could retire at 41. Now, whenever you get your 20 years in, you have to wait till you're 55, no matter what, before you can retire. Or whatever you're vested at 60, even if you only had 5 years of service, you can collect your 5 years of service when you hit 60. Frankly, that's really hard for public safety guys to swallow. They're not thrilled about having to wait till they're 55, because if they're eligible, if they have their 20 years in at 44, they literally have to wait 11 years to draw their retirement. So this is not a gimme at all. But the reason why we did it is it makes it affordable. And the state of Washington has done this. They're at 110% funded. Other states that have testified on this said this plan is, if you can have a bulletproof plan, this is it. They're all overfunded. But they're overfunded because the employees are really carrying a load. It's not an easy plan. The good news is Washington is slowly moving its retirement age down. They started at 55 and they're down to 51 now, because they're showing if they're staying at 110% funded. They said our goal is not to be overfunded at the expense of the employees, but as long as we are, we can show we're doing it, we'll bump it down. But they're letting the model prove itself, and they've been on this now for about 17 years. So I'm very excited about it. I think it does answer some problems. It's certainly not perfect from the employee's perspective, but it gives them a defined benefit, a number that they can say, if I can get to the finish line, I know I can make that house payment, for the rest of my life. Or, I know what that number is, rather than a 401k type arrangement that they can leave the state with and go to any other place that may offer them a better deal. So that's the short spiel. Thank you, Chair Rivera. Any questions?
Thank you, Representative Kopp. Mr. Constant?
Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Kopp. And I just wanted to let the members know we do not have to have a legislative committee meeting about this item if everyone feels like they have enough information to vote on this evening, because the presentation he just would give would probably be similar to the one that we would get at the committee meeting. And so we don't need to postpone this if people are ready to vote on it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. So, Representative Kopp, because your name is on this, I'm kind of immediately inclined to support. But we've had similar things come forward, and I get nervous when we, if we simply stated the goals, but when we tag it to a certain House bill or Senate bill, those things can change quite a bit. I mean, you may put it on the floor, and it can become something that we don't support at all. Is that something that could happen?
So the making of bills is ugly. You're right. It's like watching sausage be made. You don't want to watch it. You just want the final product. But the reason why I like this resolution and why I think it's safe is all the Assembly is asking is that the due vetting process go forward in the legislature. It basically lays out the challenge really well, and it acknowledges that we need to make a change, but it doesn't say that this is the perfect vehicle, but that it is a vehicle, and we ask the legislature to give it its due vetting. And so I'm just here today saying it has had a number of committee hearings already, and I can assure you it does have strong legislative support. I do expect it to pass. I know it'll get amended. All bills do, and it still has to go through the Senate. But it is, I think the way it's worded, it doesn't give your rubber stamp, and the Assembly could always come back and say, it took a turn, it went in the ditch. And now our finance people tell us it's no longer, what it started out to be. And I've been holding off amendments because I know as it is crafted now, the actuaries that oversee plans around the nation, we have some of the top folks that we've had help us with this, say this plan is the gold standard. It's, if you want a sure thing, if something can be sure in this life, this is it. It's not super from the employee's perspective, but from the employer's perspective, it's a very good low-risk plan.
Okay, good, thanks. Well, I'm counting on you to not let it get off track.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. I'll keep it on track, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. I'm over here next to Mr. Weddleton. Hi. So I've heard you say a few times it's not great from the employee's perspective. Have you heard from labor on this proposed plan, and what are their thoughts?
Thank you through the chair, Assembly Woman Zalatel. Thank you for that question. Labor strongly supports this. This plan is still a quantum leap ahead of where they're at now. It's a quantum leap. It's just not as good as Tier 3 or Tier 2 or Tier 1, but it is so far down the road ahead of where we're at now, and they know that we have to prove the model works. And the reason why I limited the bill to public safety is it's a small pool of employees around the state that would be eligible. We anticipate maybe between 1,900 and 2,000 will be in it initially. It could grow up to a few thousand. But so it's a small pool. Even with that small pool, you would think that you would have a better risk spread with more employees, but the actuaries say no, it still pencils out with that small pool. So I think it gives decision makers a sense of calm that, okay, we're dealing with a very finite size pool. If the model proves itself, I have a feeling that we have some teachers that are also in crisis in this area, and but I'm hoping we can show this vehicle actually does what we believe it will do, and that we can come up with a better plan ultimately for all our state employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Mr. Constant.
Mr. Kopp, thank you. I commit to you now, if this bill doesn't pass this year, as long as you're there and I'm here, I will move this resolution. And I would, if that's okay, like to invite Mr. Mack from the IAFF Executive Board down to speak, because we heard the question of what does labor think? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Justin Mack. I'm a member of the Anchorage Fire Department, and I'm part of the executive board for the Anchorage Firefighters Local 1264, representing just over 350 members.
Thank you, Firefighter Mack. Can you tell us what your thoughts are on this resolution support? Should we move forward? Thank you.
For the last 12 years, we've been looking for a change. We all recognize that Tier 4 had some shortcomings, and recognizing that we needed a modest change that offered a benefit but also protected the state from an unfunded liability. So this is not a plan that was rushed or put together poorly. This was a plan designed after successful defined benefit plans throughout the country. When we look at a place like Washington, who's been overfunded nearly 20 years in, our firefighters, our police officers are going to places like that, where their pay is comparable, but they have a defined benefit offering some security. So I will agree this is not a perfect plan, and we could spend the rest of our careers, adjusting and making improvements as we go, but this is a step in the right direction, and this will make Alaska competitive, allow us to keep our public safety firefighters and police officers here in the state, and move towards some fiscal responsibility on a state level and allow us to be competitive locally and statewide.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote? Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay.
I'm a yes vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. That motion passes 11-0. Moving on in our agenda, we are now at appearance requests. We have Mr. Tim Potter. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Potter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tim Potter. I've handed out a fairly short letter from that I signed as a member of our Marijuana and Liquor License Committee for the Midtown Community Council. As you recall, the Community Council came out fairly strong concerning the mom and pop's grocery and liquor, packaged liquor store license. And we, over time, met with their attorney and themselves with our executive committee, came to a resolution for a somewhat softened approach, allowing the sale of the small shooter bottles, but restricting the sales price, that it had to be at least $1.70, and that was based on a formula of actual alcohol content. We also had limitations on the price for the fortified beers that are there and being sold. There was a significant amount of debris, litter, up and down Bering Street, all the way to the park and in front of a significant number of residential units. The owner licensee entered into a memorandum of agreement, as you recall, with the Community Council, and their conditional use was limited and restricted on several fronts. I've identified at least 6 items that we as the Community Council believe we've evidenced over months now as being out of compliance. The license holder has not attended a community council meeting for at least 6 months. They had indicated that they would attend every meeting and at least quarterly. The shooter bottles of hard alcohol are supposed to be a minimum price per bottle of $1.70. Shooter bottles of hard liquor were to be marked with an exclusive designation and identifying mark at the point and time of sale so that we could track if they were the ones that were being littered all over were coming from this store or a nearby store. The shooter bottles of hard liquor, no more than 2 were supposed to be sold to the same person in the same day. After questioning, at which the Assembly Chair was also involved, the owner admitted that there were special prices being given to special regular customers at less than the minimum price. And while the litter issue has gotten a little bit better as you go north on Bering Street, I hope some of these photos stretching from November of 2018 through just earlier this month show you the evidence that we believe they're strongly out of compliance.
Thank you. We have some questions for you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Potter, did the Midtown Community Council pass a resolution with regard to this?
The Community Council acted, at least from a direction to me, to come to the Assembly and go on record that the Midtown Community Council is requesting that the Assembly take formal actions to retract your conditional use permit because they are significantly out of compliance, and it seems to be a willful rather than a mistake type condition. It's a pattern. So yes, we are asking for that and that you to go to AMCO and impact their package liquor store license as well.
But I just want to be clear, there's no, they didn't put forward a formal resolution for vote of the council?
I'm trying to remember if there was actually a formal vote or not. I believe that there were a raise of hands, and everyone that was a voting member indicated that they wanted a strong statement brought to the Assembly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
And I can provide you with the minutes from the meeting.
Thank you.
The Assembly Chair was present at that meeting as well.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Speaking to the Midtown Community Council meeting, I was in attendance at this particular meeting, and Mr. Potter did ask for the consensus of the Community Council to come before us and speak on this matter on the Community Council's behalf, and they did give him that authority. And Mr. Potter asked for clarity. The council want to come forward and ask for us to go to AMCO and to revoke their license, and the council was very clear that yes, they are fed up, they've had enough with this license, and they want something to happen. So I just want to state for the record that I met with the licensee and Mr. Potter to discuss the concerns of the Midtown Community Council. Before this meeting, both Mr. Potter and I succeeded in purchasing shooters from mom and pops that led to a violation of 3 separate restrictions placed on the license. First, that the license would sell shooters at $1.70 per bottle. It was sold to us at $1.50, with some quote-unquote preferred customers getting a $1 price. The licensee did admit to that. Second, that the licensee would only sell 2 shooters per day. We each purchased 6 shooters, so a total of 12 shooters. And 3, that the licensee would mark their shooters so third parties would be able to verify if the shooter came from mom and pops, and none of the shooters were marked. The Midtown Community Council is one of the most pro-business councils in Anchorage, but they have reached their breaking point. I'd like to hear from my colleagues, but at this point, I am willing and to move forward with pulling this license for a public hearing and taking formal action against this license. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just for the idea of action, I think that's good and fine. And we have this weird practice that we review all of these kind of conditional use, special land use problems for marijuana at the Community and Economic Development Committee, but these issues, alcohol, tend to go by reference to the Public Safety Committee. And so I think that one of those two committees ought to meet and set out a work plan for the process so it's fair and open and public, and so everybody knows the parameters.
Mr. Chairman, in response to Mr. Constant, Attorney Dan Coffey and I have been working on a sub-district approach since South Anchorage Community Councils and Eagle River Community Councils indicated that they had no problems, so that they did not want to be included. So we're working on a 7 community council sub-district area that has a high concentration of packaged liquor licenses and stores. Quite frankly, I've been the drag on getting that to come forward. We've been to Mr. Weddleton's committee previously. I've talked to Mr. Coffey recently, and he has agreed to continue working on that. So we would hope to be back to the Economic Development and Land Use Committee here within probably the next 30 to 60 days with legislation drafted that can be reviewed and commented on. I would like to add that back in June, I did contact Mr. Coffey because he had been the counsel of record for the owner licensee to see if he could intervene. And he indicated that he was no longer under contract, and it's in a communication as late as over the weekend. It's not likely that Mr. Coffey will be representing this owner licensee. I just want to let that be known because there is a comment that I've written in here that we've been duped, and I didn't want you to have any thoughts that we were duped by Mr. Coffey. He was not involved in this and does not represent this party.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, just on this specific item, I think that we would be wise to use our committee, whichever one you choose or the committee's pick.
Sure, yeah, and hopefully Mr. Dunbar can speak to that. Mr. Dunbar.
Sure. I wanted to ask something else, but with regard to that, if my colleague, Mr. Peterson, will agree to it, I think the Public Safety Committee could be a forum, but I think also CED. I mean, it really, I think, will be up to you, and we can have that conversation afterwards. I wanted to ask Mr. Gates, alcohol licenses continue to be a very confusing topic for me. They are much more confusing legally than you would expect. And so I'm curious about how we actually do this, and at what point are we in a quasi-judicial mode, or are we not with the land use license? I appreciate what Mr. Rivera did, but I know there's some interpretation that if we go like smell around a property, a marijuana property, that's one of the external contacts we're not supposed to do. Obviously we're not in the quasi-judicial mode yet, though. So can you speak to how this would actually work legally if we tried to do what Mr. Potter is asking?
Well, first off, I would say your first statement was right. Liquor licensing laws are very confusing and very convoluted and complex. I think what Mr. Potter mentioned was acting on the conditional use permit, and that's not the liquor license itself. That's something that the municipality issues. And I think that to commence such an action, you need to there's a process in Title 21, and I would rather read it and send you that in writing, how to commence that process. But you're not in a quasi-judicial proceeding in an action on the conditional use permit until you actually start something in writing. You file an accusation that there was a violation of that conditional use permit and serve it on the holder of that conditional use permit. And that, I believe, would be the commencement of a quasi-judicial action against that permit. The assembly members as individuals shouldn't really become investigators or prosecutors. You're the judge of whether that conditional use permit should be revoked or withdrawn. So you need to be mindful of your role as the final decision maker in an action that the conditional use permit was violated.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't suggesting by any means that you acted inappropriately, because we clearly are not in a quasi-judicial set of circumstances now, but thank you, Mr. Gates, for that, which was only a tiny fraction of what we're going to have to go through if we actually want to do this, because as he said, it's incredibly difficult and complicated to pull one of these, as Mr. Constant knows well with his experience downtown. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was wondering if Ms. Honest might know when this license is up for renewal next. Seems like they renewed last year, but I'm not. It was this year? It's hard to keep track of these. There's a large number of them.
While that information is getting pulled up, Mr. Constant?
Thank you.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I just would add into that conversation about ex parte contact and quasi-judicial that in the meeting we had where we were dealing with the previous license of the Playhouse, Mr. Sherwood made a really clear point that the quasi-judicial function on the license takes place when we send something to AMCO. The special land use permit's slightly different, but as I understand, and he can clarify, Mr. Gates, that there's a carve-out for alcohol licenses that allow outreach to the stores, not for marijuana because we are the final arbiter of that license, but that the state has the final say in those licensing issues, that I think that you're okay. You're all good.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Honest?
Through the chair, the renewal application is due at the end of this year. The last one we had was for the 18-19 licensing year.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I don't see any further discussion. Thank you, Mr. Potter. With that, we'll go ahead and take a 20-minute dinner break. take their seats. We're going to go ahead and get started. Okay. Thank you. We now have before us item 14A, resolution number AR 2019-243. A resolution approving administrative agreement IBEW AA number 2019-02 regarding MLP employee leave transfer to CEA.
Wait, reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14B, resolution number AR 2019-225, a resolution confirming the 2019 assessment roll and levying special assessments for services on properties specially benefited in the Downtown Improvement District, Special Assessment District 1 SD 97. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to postpone this item, or continue the public hearing and postpone this item to the meeting of September 10.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Thank you. If the administration could speak to that motion?
Yes, I'd be happy to. We requested this delay because there is a technical error in this document. The correction is coming, and we need it to catch up to the public notice provisions to have it resolved at the September meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Seeing no discussion on the motion, members may proceed to vote to continue the public hearing on this item to September 10th. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote?
Yes.
That motion passes 11-0. That'll be back before us on September 10th. We now have before us item 14C, ordinance number AO 2019-99, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, section 12.20.031, registered hosting platforms to require hosting platforms to register, collect, and remit room tax on behalf of operators. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify?
Hello.
Welcome.
My name is Mike Edgington. I'm co-chair of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors. I support this motion. I support collecting room tax in general, but I have a couple of comments about it. The first is more of a heads up for an issue we see in Girdwood. We have, I think around the municipality as a whole, there's maybe 1 or 2% of housing units are involved in the short-term rental market. In Girdwood, it's about 30% are involved in the short-term rental market. And we see a lot of consequences of that. It has an effect on the long-term rental market. It has an effect on neighborhoods or roads which have a lot of short-term rental properties. We've been hearing a lot of complaints over the last couple of months at the Board of Supervisors about the problems associated with short-term rentals. So one of my items is this doesn't solve the problem. This is purely about tax collection. You're likely to see a lot of interest from at least our community in some form of regulatory framework. My second point is more specifically about this. One of the things we would like to have is a lot more data and a lot more information about the short-term rental market, both across the municipality and within Girdwood. Unfortunately, this, although it's generally positive, actually reduces the amount of data we see. At the moment, individual hosts can register and should be registering, so we get some information about where the addresses are. We get information, or at least the municipality gets information about gross receipts per property, occupancy rates, that type of data. If we move to just using platforms, my understanding is all you'll receive is just a gross number of the amount of room tax that comes in, no information about the number of properties or where, or any of the other subsidiary data. So that just makes the policy creation a little bit trickier. It's not enough to vote no against this, but if there was any way we could increase the data we get from platforms, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? I believe we have an amendment.
I moved the S version, correct?
Yes, thank you for clarifying. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 1, the amendment by myself and Mr. Weddleton. And the overall purpose of this is to ensure that well, actually, I'm going to let Mr. Slivka describe it much more clearly than I will do.
Sure. Do we have a second?
Second. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Slivka.
Well, actually, I'm going to defer to Treasury staff to come up and talk about why we want to do this. So, Mr. Moore, Dan Moore is our treasurer.
Through the chair to Ms. Zaltel. I'm Dan Moore, the city treasurer, and Bliss Cruz from Treasury is here also. This floor amendment that is before you tonight is to further modify the S version of the ordinance, and it's based on feedback that we've received quite recently from the industry and from Visit Anchorage. There was some concern that the way the S version was written, it might cause various entities that are like tour companies and booking agents, things like that, to actually have to register and to take on additional burden. And so with that additional feedback that we received, we talked at length about it within Treasury and with Law Department, and we've made these specific changes tonight to clearly exempt those types of entities. The groups that we're really trying to focus on with this amendment are the Airbnbs, the VRBOs, the Booking.com, Expedia, the really, really big players that have two different models. One is the model like Airbnb, which has worked for us very well, where they actually collect the room tax for all the bookings, and then they pass that tax on to us. The other model, like say that VRBO would use right now, is they might collect the tax, but then they give it to the host. And then they basically say the host will be the one that is obligated to pass it on to us. Unfortunately, we don't know who the host is, and we don't know if the host is actually going to pass on the money to us. So there's a real vulnerability there. And so what we're trying to do here is to mandate that the big players in this industry all act the same, that they're all required to register with us as a hosting platform, and then to collect and to remit the taxes to us and not to the host. And we've had a very good experience with Airbnb the last 3 years. Unfortunately, earlier this summer, Airbnb wrote us a letter and gave us a very formal document saying that they wanted to amend the agreement, the voluntary agreement, and basically what they're saying is they want to have a provision that would allow hosts to opt out of having Airbnb collect the tax and give it to us. Airbnb would still collect the tax, but they would give it to the host. And again, we don't know who the host is. So we did not agree to that amendment at all. And the way the terms are right now with Airbnb, by the end of August this month, our voluntary agreement could expire. And so that's the big driver here, is to first and foremost preserve what we have with Airbnb, make that permanent, but then also make it a fair playing field for all the other big players and competitors that do what Airbnb does. So I know that was a long answer, but hopefully that gives some background.
Thank you. Anything further, Ms. Salatel?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just note, Dan, I'm over here.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, to me this seems, maybe Airbnb's first choice would be to have it be voluntary. But if that's off the table, then this seems to me a good second choice, because they're already doing what some other platforms aren't, and this forces the other platforms to as well. So I think that's a good, fair outcome. But my question for you is, so here we have the 10 or more rooms. How did you settle on that 10 number? Was there something special about that, or
Sure. The number 10 is, there is not an absolute magic answer to that, except for if you think about how big of a structure it would need to be to have 10 or more rooms, that would stick out visually. So a normal house, even a big house is a house, but something that can accommodate 10 rooms, we believe we can visibly see, discover, ask questions about, neighbors can see there's a lot of activity going on there. So our thought is we're most concerned with the smaller entities that are not registering with us that may use, say, VRBO, and they maybe receive the tax, but then they don't pass it on to us. And what we've seen in the Airbnb example, and Bliss and I just looked at this recently, is there are literally hundreds, many hundreds of small operators that we didn't know about 3 years ago. And then once Airbnb did the voluntary agreement and they started capturing all the small operators within our zip codes, for the municipality, all of a sudden we had hundreds more that were registered all under just the one umbrella of Airbnb, so it's very efficient for us and for them. And we got substantial, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of additional revenue from that we never expected. So it sort of proved the point that there is a very large market out there, and so we're trying to make that permanent and then further expand that with their competitors.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. I actually have a question about the main motion and the issue raised by the public testimony. Does this allow us, or do we collect data on locations and addresses when we require these hosting platforms to remit the tax directly to us?
Through the chair to Ms. Salatel. We do not have that information. We actually, when we started the voluntary agreement with Airbnb, we asked for that. We wanted it, and they would not give it to us. We can continue to ask in the future, so we cannot give up on that. But I think, and this came up at last Friday's work session, but I think basically it comes down to their business model, for various reasons, wants to keep that information private. And so I think the only way we could actually get it at this point, if they don't offer it to us, is to probably go to court and to have some type of a strong cause action to take. So that's kind of the world that we have to operate in currently.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was looking at the C, and I'm wondering where you came up with the $25,000 for the rest of this year and then $50,000 for in the next few years. Is that just strictly a ballpark figure, you think, or?
It's through the chair to Mr. Peterson. It is a ballpark figure. What we found with Airbnb, at least some source we found, said that in Anchorage market they're close to 70%. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but they're the biggest player. And I think even at the Friday work session, we said if Airbnb was a hotel, it would be the 8th largest hotel in Anchorage. That's how big they are. So anyway, with the estimate of the revenues, we have a revenue analyst in Treasury who's very talented at what he does, and what he looks at is, even though you may get additional players that register and they collect more from more small entities, the pricing competition, which we've seen, has actually brought down price, which means that you may gain in one area but lose in another. And so the net effect of that, which he tried to project with Airbnb, the SEE with Airbnb is $200,000 when we did it. It's many times greater than that, but also Airbnb is the big player. So I think he's probably on the conservative side, but that's the result of his best analysis, the net result, sort of minimum net increase. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. To the administration, we heard a number of testimonies today or saw emails, people asking for more time, and the most reasonable of which was 30-day effective date. Can you speak to that?
You know, I guess I will echo what Dan said, that we have an expiration date, and I think that most of those comments were aimed at, you know, how quickly we could implement that, and we realize that it's going to take us a while to implement some of these changes relative to the hosting platforms, but these amendments which you have adopted should have no impact on any of the existing operators, which I think was their real concern, which I think we have addressed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote?
Yes.
He hasn't voted yet. Ms. Quinn Davidson. That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14D, ordinance number AO 2019-98, an ordinance amending Chapter 16.120 of the Anchorage Municipal Code to provide for the use of temporary cold weather shelters for homeless persons and other overflow and emergency situations. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and men and women of the Assembly. Thank you for allowing us to even be able to comment on these matters and the incredible amount of work that I know that you put into all of these issues, providing public safety and guidance in general in our city. So my name is Richard Irwin, and I'm providing a little bit of introduction tonight for the other people from Downtown Hope Center. I'm the former president of Downtown Hope Center, and I am presently under contract with the Hope Center as a consultant. I do the life skills training, and I also provide part-time security at lunchtime. Many years ago, I had the opportunity to participate, along with others, in assisting in revising Title 21, making it possible for churches to participate in providing cold weather sheltering. To this day, the faith community has played a critical role in ensuring safe overnight housing for families. To my knowledge, there remains a very good relationship between the faith community, shelter providers, and municipal overseers. Tonight, you'll hear testimony from the Hope Center leadership regarding the impact of services because of the proposed changes in the cold weather shelter service. I learned many years ago that when facing possible relational challenges, it's always preferred to make changes with someone rather than to them. So my request this evening is that both the city and the Hope Center work towards solutions that are beneficial to both entities. We're very grateful for the partnership of all of those in our city who care for the poor and needy by providing needed services. The Hope Center is in a unique position. There are no other shelters in the same situation that we're in. As you'll hear tonight, we provide a very important role in caring for thousands of people in our city every year. Our vision of hope restored, hearts renewed, and lives transformed is our daily reminder that every life is worthy of investment, and every person has or is a brother, sister, parent, uncle, aunt, cousin, or loved friend to someone homeless on our streets, and maybe even somebody in this audience here this evening. To date, in 30 years of operation, the Downtown Hope Center has served over 3,200,000 people lunch. That's not counting all of the other evening meals and all of the breakfasts that are served. That represents the sacrifice of a multitude of people and organizations who provide all the resources needed to love this city well, just as you do. To continue filling this need, there are 3 items on the proposed ordinance we'd like to provide perspective and comment. The first one is that the cold weather shelter deactivation protocol be reexamined and clarified in this revision. Number 2, that the required separation distances between retail marijuana stores and protected land use areas be examined.
And number 3, that variance consideration for something without disruption of services to the homeless in our city, specifically to the Downtown Hope Center, would be really preferred. So thank you very much, and I will turn it over to our Executive Director, Sherry Laurie.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Most Honorable Chairman and members of the Assembly, thank you for this opportunity to express our concerns regarding the ordinance amending Chapter 16.120 of the Anchorage Municipal Code. I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Hope Center. Downtown Hope Center is a faith-based nonprofit that serves the homeless and poor of Anchorage by providing up to 600 meals each day. We offer day and night shelter to 50 women and offer job skill training to the women in our bakery program. We have a culinary job skill training program offered to both men and women, including daily life skill classes. We also provide showers, laundry services, fresh clothing, and mail distribution and case management. The services provided at Downtown Hope Center are provided to the City of Anchorage at no cost to the taxpayer. When other nonprofits have been forced to decrease services due to the budget cuts, Downtown Hope Center has sought ways to help by offering the women and children of Clare House a safe place to stay during the day, by extending our shower and laundry hours, and by doing additional mail services for our guests. All this has been done because we love the City of Anchorage and the people we serve, and desire to make Anchorage a safe city for all, whether homeless or not. Our purpose for coming here tonight is to express our disagreement with the proposed ordinance amendment, and we request that the Assembly review it further. The first point I'd like to address is page 3, item 2, and it's highlighted. The facilities designated as emergency shelters under this chapter shall not be considered homeless and transient shelters for the purposes of determining required separation distances pursuant to AMC 210555, which reads, all marijuana establishments shall be separated by the protected land uses listed in subsection 2C by at least 200 feet, as measured from the lot line of the marijuana establishment directly to the closest lot line of the protected land use. This separation distance was placed in our municipal code to protect people in general from the establishments that sell marijuana. This is designed to protect establishments such as schools, playgrounds, housing facilities owned by public housing authorities, child care centers, homeless and transient shelters, community centers, and religious assemblies, and along with several other things. There is a common denominator that is in several of these, and that is places that children and or vulnerable people stay or play. The emergency shelter ordinance is primarily used by churches who are willing to house sober families. Generally, one church each night hosts a number of families with children, and they're transported to them. While I understand there are other facilities that would be possibly accessed as emergency shelters, it seems it would not be in the best interest of children and vulnerable people to violate these separation parameters already established by our municipal code. There is a reason homeless and transient shelters are protected. The people we serve are helping to get back on their feet are vulnerable. Many of them are struggling to break addictions so they can find employment and housing.
Ma'am, your time is up, but I have a question for you. Mr. Perez-Rudia.
Thank you. I'd just like to hear the rest of her testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see. The people we serve and are helping to get back on their feet are vulnerable. Many of them are struggling to break addictions so they can find employment and housing. We have already seen drug dealers that purchase marijuana at the nearby shops, cut it with other drugs, and try to sell it to our guests. We've had guests caught with marijuana on their possession and had to put them out for the night because we're a clean and sober shelter. Our ladies work hard at breaking their addictions, and we want to give them every chance possible. DHC has written to you regarding a marijuana store named Alaska Scents that is in the process of permitting. It will come before the Assembly on October 8th. The store is within 54 feet of our property line. If this ordinance passes tonight, it will make it easier for a marijuana store to basically be in our backyard, taking away the protection that is offered to our guests by AMC 21050552A. I would request that under the current civil emergency, we take this window of opportunity to review this and discuss together how Downtown Hope Center can continue to provide valuable and much-needed services to the City of Anchorage. I'd like to just take a moment to introduce some of the women who will be impacted by the decision tonight. Would the ladies from the Hope Shelter stand up, please? These are women who are staying in our shelter each night. They're precious people. Many of them are working. Many of them have graduated from the bakery program and the culinary program. So I just wanted you to see the faces. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, I have a question for Sherry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. In some of the email communications I've seen the last few days, maybe some from you, but I read it to say that 3 or 4 years ago, the Brother Francis Shelter asked the Hope Center if you could take overflow people on cold nights, and that you agreed to do that. Did I read that correctly?
That's correctly. We opened December 1st, 2015.
All right. And for the administration, some part of this discussion, I wonder if that the nature of the institution, the Hope Center, and this long-standing relationship makes them different or unique from the other temporary shelters that open when there's a housing shortage on cold nights. Do you want to speak to that at all, Sherry?
Yes, we are very different. We've had a consistent 365 days a year for the past 4 years. We have housed women, generally full. We have adjusted our operations to accommodate these women every night. We continue to want to plan for them because we have programs for them. We plan on replacement mats, food service. They get 3 meals a day. We have a lot of people that come in and support them. So it is very different than a stand-up church shelter.
Mr. Chairman, can I continue?
Sure.
Yeah. So, Sherry, when I visited you all and talked with you a couple of years ago, my understanding was that most of the women that bunk at your place at night are women who are very anxious or have experienced assault and criminal behavior, and your place is kind of a nighttime safety refuge for it. Did I get that clear?
That's absolutely clear. Many of them, it's their home. They're very safe there. We protect them from all the different activities on the street. They've come out of trafficking. They've come out of assaults and abuses, and loss of spouses, some of the elderly ones.
Yeah, and thank you. Thank you for the work that you do. I hear good reports. Mr. Chair, I hope that the administration in this debate can explain to us how the proposed amendment we're making or considering tonight could affect Hope Center, and if there's any basis on which we could assure them that this amendment will not be to the detriment of their work in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. We'll get to that during deliberation. Ms. Alatel.
Yeah, can you please come back? I have some questions. Thank you. And I'm not the last one. So just so you know. So I appreciate the work you do, but you guys, since 2015, you've been operating only as a temporary or cold weather shelter, correct?
It was never determined to be a temporary shelter. It was a cold weather shelter.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you've never applied for a rezone for PLI or to be designated as a transient or homeless shelter as defined in Title 21?
I spoke with Nancy Burke at one point about it, and at that point we decided to continue on as we were.
So you haven't taken any action to rezone or asked to be specifically designated maybe like Brother Francis's?
We would be very happy to do that and take the steps to do it. At the time we were advised that it wasn't possible.
Okay, thank you.
So,
thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's the line of questioning I was in as well. And I guess I'm not sure if you're the right person to answer that question, but But why? That's the question I have, is that why have you not taken those steps, and why would you not qualify for that? And I guess if you don't feel qualified to answer it, maybe Ms. Burke could come up, or someone from the administration could explain why your particular facility would not necessarily qualify.
If you're not ready to go into it now, we can go into it during deliberation. Okay, we'll do that.
Okay,
I'll add that to
thanks.
the list. Thank you, Mr. Perez-Padilla.
Good evening, Assembly members. I'm Lorraine O'Neill, the board president of the Downtown Hope Center. And I want to thank you first for your service and commitment to the people of our city. We join you in your efforts of making Anchorage a better place to live. We appreciate your hard work and the difficult challenges you face. Many humanitarian and financial issues exceed the limited resources available. Tough decisions have to be made that impact the people of our city. As our civic leaders, know that we appreciate your hard work and we support you. We want to encourage you in your good works, and we also want you to know that we pray for you to have God's wisdom, insight, protection, and blessing as you lead and serve the people of Anchorage. We appeal to you tonight not to pass the ordinance amending Chapter 16.120. Clearly, we don't want to send our guests back out on the streets in the event this passes and we receive a 7-day notice to close. What advantage is there to vote on this tonight? With the extension of the mayor's declaration of a state of emergency until September 24th, we have time to work together on a variance or a provision to Title 21 that could protect the services we offer instead of threaten us with an arbitrary closure. We would like to work with you for a better solution. Is there another agency or shelter willing to house the displaced women that we've served these past 4 years at no cost to the city or state? Do we not still have a huge homeless population with no place to go? Surely Anchorage won't be a better place to live if the homeless population jumps by another 50 overnight. Please allow Downtown Hope Center to continue to serve as a shelter, to continue to be a blessing to the poor and part of the solution for the homeless issue in Anchorage. Consider the fact that many of our former shelter guests and graduate students, after spending time with us, have recovered sufficiently to gain employment, secure housing, become productive members of our community. We offer as a gift to the city and our guests free shelter, church services, meals, clothing, showers, job training, and support. We want to continue in this mission. Please allow us to work with you in making Anchorage a cleaner, safer, better place for all of us to live. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Mr. Dunbar.
Over here on your left. Hey, I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood something. You said, do you think this ordinance will require you to put people out on the street? But this is the opposite, right? I mean, if we don't pass something like this, then when the cold weather authorization expires, then we can't fund it. But again, what in this ordinance would possibly cause you to put people out in the street? And I hope you're not telling people that that's what this ordinance does.
Well, I don't think you're funding it at all because we don't receive any money from the muni at all or the state.
So what makes you, again, what makes you think this forces
the
you to
wording,
close?
as I read it, said that the director can send us a 7-day notice and tell us to close with or without cause, and that alerted us. Without cause, you can send us a notice and tell us to close.
Can I, Mr. Chair, can I ask the municipal attorney to speak to this, please? Because I think there's a huge misunderstanding here.
Yeah, I think she's in the queue. Ms. Wynn Pearson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think that's exactly the case, and I don't know if it's appropriate for me to talk to it now or during discussion. I think all of this is premised on a fundamental misunderstanding of what this ordinance does. But for this ordinance, the current extension allowing Downtown Hope Center to operate expires at the end of this month, and without any warning, the shelter will be required to close because it is not zoned as a homeless and transient shelter, and it operates only because it is allowed to operate under 16-120. 16-120, as written, only allows shelters to operate when it is cold, when it is triggered by the 45-degree threshold. It has been artificially extended through ordinances of this body for the past several years, through all seasons. And that current extension expires at the end of August. That is the end of the road, but for this ordinance, which seeks to allow for continuing discretionary extensions, essentially allowing what has happened for the past 2 years to continue, but placing the decision-making power in the hands of the department, the health department, which has a better sense of the needs for sheltering in our community and doesn't require an ordinance to be introduced every time there needs to be an extension. So it essentially moves the discretion to the health department to continue to extend the ability for these now cold weather shelters to continue to operate year-round. And if you want to ask the director of the health department at some point to come up and talk to whether she would, at this point, consider that we are in that state of needing these shelters and that such a declaration would follow from this ordinance and the shelters would remain open, we could ask her to do that. I think that what the intent of this ordinance is to do is, again, to allow for shelters to continue to operate past the end of August when otherwise the road ends, and give an extension for this body to potentially consider an amendment to Title 21. Thinking about the zoning solution here, the zoning solution here is not for downtown Hope Center to have a spot zoning type situation where we attempt to shoehorn them into the PLI district. The solution, if you want a broader one, is for this body to consider an amendment to Title 21 which allows sheltering as a secondary use in more zoning districts. And so that is not a 4-week process. Title 21 is amended through a process which requires community council input, which requires Planning and Zoning Commission input, and then which requires an ordinance before this body. That cannot be established before the end of September. So even if we figure out a way to shoehorn downtown Hope into the mayor's disaster declaration, the road just ends in a few more weeks, and it won't be fixed by a Title 21 amendment by then. So what this ordinance does is it creates a path to let these shelters stay open past the next 2 weeks. Again, I think there's been a fundamental misunderstanding based on some provision of the language, but that is the intent of this ordinance, and that is what it does functionally. And if this body, as a next step, would like to consider an amendment to Title 21 to allow sheltering as a secondary use, certainly do that. That will take you more than 4 weeks. And so that is something that you can continue to pursue if you'd like to continue that conversation with Downtown Hope or other shelter providers and propose that. Certainly do that as a next step. This will let the shelter stay open until that is accomplished.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I apologize for that. That exchange is more appropriate for discussion, but I think it had to be happen now in case to head off potentially a lot more testimony that was sort of down a path that was not productive. So thank you for allowing me to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. And thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Oh, that's not necessarily true tonight. Ron Oliva, I'm here tonight to tell you that I've followed homeless shelters, not only at the Brother Francis shelter, but also at the Mission. And it is appropriate to discuss before you go into private exchanges and the public doesn't have testimony, because we get educated to what you're trying to do and how, once again, you're going to make another major mistake opening up Pandora's box with this kind of open-ended situation. It's a conditional use they're looking at, spot zoning, correct, but you didn't even endorse or enforce the conditional use of the shelter. And if you ever want to see something snowball, watch the campuses expand and the population expand and the finances expand. You're going down the wrong road without caution. From reflecting on what you've done historically, and Mr. Rivera, for you to mention that Midtown representing the business community, you come down and look at my business. I'm leaving it because of the decisions you made for a shelter and then an overflow shelter that burden the neighborhood. And if you tell me that's winning the situation, I don't know how to answer that. It just seems so far out that there's no rational answer to that. And in this crisis, we should look to leadership. And when the leadership of the Homeless Committee has failed, it's time to replace that leadership with something that's going to work. Because what we've done in the past has failed, and we're continuing down the same road. I wouldn't do this, and I would look and reflect real closely on the damage that you caused through enabling these shelters and what they get away with. They have to have constraints, and they have to be able to live up to them, and they have to have the financial resources behind them to run them properly, or they shouldn't be allowed to do it. So with that, you can always buy my property. It's up for sale. It's too unsafe for me to be there, but hey, I think these nonprofits and the churches and the sanctimonious people who think they can save these lost souls, have at it, because I think you're going down the wrong road. Do you have any questions?
I don't see any questions. Thank you for your
You know, that's a real disappointment, because your minds are already made up and you never want to be confused with the facts. And that's why you're going to make a mistake.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Yeah, you can come up, sir. And then if anyone else would like to testify, if folks can get in line, please. Or at least come up in the first row and be seated.
Hi. Hello and good evening. I stand before you and I'm listening to, I was told that this was going to be about Dunleavy in a sense, but it doesn't matter. When I walked in, this does pertain to me. So when I stand before you, what do you see, ladies and gentlemen?
Sir, what's your name?
My name is Lawrence Simpson.
Thank you.
I see women and I see men, correct?
Yeah, so I think the matter we have before us is regarding the temporary cold weather shelter ordinance. Yeah, great.
That's what, but I said, what do you see? I'm homeless. I'm a business professional. My business failed. I programmed at Brother Francis Shelter for the past 12 months, and I fell between the cracks. Nothing for me that I did not have to subject myself at Brother Francis Shelter. I will call it the zoo. Attacked 3 times, blindsided. A man is in jail right now. All my possessions stolen. I hear about things for women. Ladies, I'm not hating on you. I'm a single father. My children have been taken from me by a result of the cracks. Programs for women. I have not heard one thing about homeless men. I'm a licensed massage therapist that is homeless. It means I have an education. And as a result of my choices on my partners who empowered themselves one way or another to disenfranchise me, if you will, I even gave up my kids because where I was not safe as a result of the only housing I could accommodate when I had housing. This man's talking about his business. Have you heard of a fence? Have you heard about, making it inaccessible? I see it all the time in Midtown. I live there. I've done it. I'm tired of hearing about just women, I'll tell you that much. My children love me and miss me, and there is no program to help me get them back or get back in their life. Do you hear me? Nothing. Zero. Struggling on, finding each way I can, every resource I can exhaust. Ladies, I'm not hating on you. Do your program. But and men give themselves a bad rap. the domestic violence and everything, and women are capable of it too, and they do it. I've been a victim of domestic violence numerous times. I'm glad I walked in here. I thought it was about Dunleavy, but you know what? Like, where is that's why I asked, what is the panel comprised of? I know how to use my words. Obviously, I'm educated. You know, I'm not.
I have a question for you, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Salatel.
Hi, over here. I appreciate your testimony. It's more of a comment than a question, but I wanted to say I appreciate your testimony, and as one of the sponsors of this ordinance, it was the intent to try to make sure people don't fall through the cracks, to provide a variety of ways we can activate overflow shelter where we can have it so it's not, so that we can provide more opportunities for people who need shelter by various types of entities and providers that maybe traditionally haven't provided
This is
shelter.
being recorded, correct? Like my face is being recorded?
Yes, this.
Look at my face. I programmed for 12 months. I was assaulted 3 times. Everything, nothing done about it. One man, I filed a report. One man is in jail currently. He just got a sentence last month. It happened in December. That was the middle one, okay?
I'm really sorry to hear that.
Snitches get stitches.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that happened. I just want you to know that I appreciate your testimony and that the intent here is to broaden the spectrum of sheltering opportunities so that we can recognize those.
My intention is not even about myself. What I'm trying to say is like men. And the whole thing is everybody is going to get cold.
All right, thank you for your testimony.
Testimony. People are going to freeze to death.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Pamela Lewis. I am part of the Hope Center. I am a client. I am doing the culinary class. I am going on my 4th week. I am very well educated. I was born in Kotzebue and raised all over Alaska. My father worked over 30 years for the FAA. He taught me a lot of things. My mother, she taught me to cook. This culinary class is allowing me a certificate to better my life. I've worked in the fishing industry all around Alaska since 1988. I come from a family that has established themselves, and I feel that I haven't fallen through the cracks, that I am right where I'm supposed to be. I believe that the Hope Shelter is there for not only overflow and temporary, but that it's a backbone for emergencies. It will be a guideline for whenever another earthquake hits, for whenever another cold spell hits and electricity's not there, the people know where to go to. They know that they'll be fed, they know they will be clothed, they know they will be cleaned, and they know that they will have someone to lean on, someone to talk to, and answers will come. I have found answers, and I have found, too, that the chemicals that were laid down by Ron Avila, there was over 6,000 emergency phone calls down to the Brother Francis and Beans area right after that. For this man to be saying that this is whatever, he's created emergencies himself. I have known 31 people in the last 18 months that have passed away. In 1 month, I have seen 20 people pass away. They go to sleep and they don't wake up. They go to take a shower and they pass away in the shower. I've seen people with such ailments that they are now in wheelchairs, they're using walkers, their spinal cords are being diminished. All this in the last 2 years. the Hope Shelter and shelters like it that are so willing to take it upon themselves to support those of us in need is what we need. When they say that your team is only as strong as your weakest link, and if you think about it, it's the strength of people like the homeless shelter and the Christian community that is our backbone. So I really say that we really need to rethink this and rewrite it.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Veronica Graydon. I'm not too keen on anything that's going on. Not to go off topic, I'm your Desert Eagle.
Could you move the microphone a little closer?
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'm your Desert Eagle for the United States of America. I'm Eve from the Bible. The government killed me October 30th, 2015 at Anchorage Correctional Complex. Poison Apple, Desert Eye, Eye of Providence, All Seeing. I've been verified through police officers. Also, I'm a human sex trafficker, also Illuminati assassin executor. Currently with Mario Menjogati. He's also our king. I'm Blue Diamond, Signs of Wonder. Hold on, I'm not done. Who's Adam, also King Solomon from the past. And, there's a religious military world order going on, and you guys kind of know with the shelters and our justice system what's going on. It's a lot more deeper than this weed situation, and these shelters is serious spiritual warfare going on, and you guys fail to follow procedure to get proper chains of command so we can bring our troops home. We have bombs all over us that we can actively see. Like, you guys focus on the wrong stuff. All we see is like money, weed. You're not bringing no religion to the situation. Hold on. You reap what you sow. For real.
Actually, I have a quick question. Miss Graydon, are you by chance related to Dombey Graydon? Yeah. He was a great man. I'll just say he was a great man.
Yeah, my dad, he worked at Volunteers in America Arch.
I worked with him for several years at the Arch program.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Dov Shalom, and this is about the fourth time by choice that I've come and stayed at the Hope Center, and I can only address what's going on there. But as a program that truly relies on the community and the love of Anchorage, and to me, I've never seen anything quite like it. And from the first time I was coming from my home country, which is Israel, and I'm getting on the plane, I said, God, I got to do something for my own people. And I was fortunate to meet Sherry, Lori, and I didn't know what was going on. But I knew this has something to do with my answer. And I'm going to make this brief. But I've never seen anything like it. This is the fourth time. I've never spent such a time, let's see, I've been here a month and a half, sleeping there. And as I said to Sherry this time, I'm so spoiled, this is not easy. The first time I said, do you ever stay here? You know what I mean? It's like, I'm going to be rigorously honest on this. And you know what I've seen, I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. I know what it feels like. I can bring it back. But the main criteria that I have to take away is LOVE, and they keep everything clean. And I'm not here to say way, Hope Center. I'm saying this is what I've seen. I've looked at a lot of them in the United States, and I just want to say that it's unusually taken care of, and by the women. It's just awesome. Their heart for it, too. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Dwayne Cannon. I run AK Generation Rehabilitation 100% Sobriety Camp. And I have a solution for a cold weather shelter. And that cold weather shelter solution would be inviting tiny home living to Anchorage community, and then having each homeless person every night spend $5 out of their pocket to revenue money for the tiny home community for the cold weather shelter itself. So say if I was homeless and I wanted a place to stay that's warm, I can get $5 from my friend and have a safe, serenity, warm place at night to sleep. I just want to thank you guys. Thank you, Rivera, and thank everyone else on the board, and God bless everyone in the room.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Hi, my name is Holly Bennett. I've been a resident since last July. I'm new to Alaska. But I want to let you know I'm a graduate of the bakery program. I've been loved on. I was trying to go home to what was familiar in Tennessee, but God opened my eyes and let me know that that's not a safe area. Even though my children are there, I have experienced hope, love, and a new vision for future of my life. And you guys are jeopardizing the future of hope. You know, we want to be able to assist men and women, and we're limited to funding, and I'm able to equip with my skills, teaching and leadership. But I mean, I just feel that if you guys proceed to put more people out there, then it's just going to bring destruction more, it's going to bring violence more, and I would really hope and pray that you guys really use your discretion and make your choice real wisely. And I thank you for the ability to be able to come up and speak on the Downtown Hope Center. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
I'm Alexandria Sharp McCormick, and I'm a retired school district teacher, and I've been a volunteer of the Downtown Hope Center for 17 years, and so have my family members. And I don't want to, and oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so new to all of this kind of political thing, and I'm so sorry. I wanted to thank you, Chairman, and the Assembly members. I'm going to be awkward at this, I have to tell you. My job is to serve people and to love on them, so I'm really out of my element. But tonight, I don't want to bore you with the things that people have already said. That's what I wrote down here. But there's something that's really burdening my heart, and that is, it is hard to understand a lot of the legalese, and we're trying to protect the service that we do for the people. And I understand now, and I thank you, Pearson, for explaining that so well. And I won't touch that issue because I had two issues. But the second one is a question I can't understand, and I hope that the Assembly would put some light on it. And it is in the AMC 21.05.055. It says that in there, it takes away the required separation distance, which opens the way for us for a marijuana retail to open in essentially the backyard of the Downtown Hope Center. This undermines those the center tries to help. Recovery from substance abuse is a critical problem for many within the homeless population. There are already 12 marijuana shops in a 1-mile radius of the Hope Center, with a 13th one applying October 8th, and that one is literally the one that's been talked about in our backyard. I've gone to many subcommittee meetings of the Downtown Council. We were voted down that a marijuana shop would be fine there and that the people would be okay. Tonight, I apologize for some of the things that people have said, but now you see a little picture of our world and the needs that we're trying to meet. And you see how very important it is that we're very protective of the people that we serve and that we love. And I just don't understand that too. I think this is wonderful. The cold weather shelter is an awesome thing that the Assembly is working on, and I appreciate it, and I love it. It's a good thing. But there's like 2 lines in there that could pose a threat to us. And so that's just what I'm bringing forward. Please consider that. Maybe an explanation would be great. I just don't know why that was written in there about the separation not being honored any longer. So I just want to thank you for your time. I know you guys, you work so hard, and you reply to emails. Can't imagine how many you receive. But thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you for your testimony, and we'll probably get to that during deliberation. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, members of the Assembly, Chairman Rivera. My name is Andy Clary. You've heard a lot. First of all, thank you, Assemblymember Constant and Zolotel, for even bringing an ordinance like this, which should open the door for additional shelters. And I think that is the intent, and I appreciate that. I really do. What I want to talk about is one technical thing I noticed in this language that I want to bring up and make sure it's not going to have an unintended consequence. So you're taking an ordinance that was originally written for emergency cold weather shelters and now expanding the purpose, right? Toward the end of the ordinance, on page 3, line 26, little letter B, this is the 7-day notice provision of after a deactivation period. I want to make sure that that 7-day notice is not going to interfere with the cold weather operations that already take place. Because the way they operate now is they don't operate for 7 days. They're basically one night at a time, and then the occupants go to another facility for the next night. And the way that this is written, I just want to make sure that that wasn't an unintended consequence, and I wanted to bring that up.
Thank you. I think we might have some answers for that. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your comments. And we went around on this notion, and really that 7-day notion is a protection for the people who are staying there. The intent is to ensure that people who are housed in these environments aren't abruptly tossed out immediately because there was an arbitrary decision made, and so by the policymakers. And so ultimately what this does is embed within the cold weather shelter additional protection for the individuals who are sheltered. That's the number one thing. We've been in discussions with the department director, and there is no intention to change the way that the current shelters who are providing services, one night here, one night here, one night here, to force them to change their operations. Clearly an operation that works, and we want to support that. And so it isn't an unintended consequence, it's a protection.
Okay, so they're not going to be forced to house people for 7 nights in a row?
No.
Okay.
No, really, it does, though, provide to the individuals who are sheltered in a place that has under their permit this longer-term frame some protection for them, so it's just not arbitrarily taken out from underneath them. But no, we can talk to the department director when we get into deliberations, clearly discuss this, and there's no intention to make shelters have to be, churches in particular, have to provide 7 days.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Just to clarify that, what Mr. Constant said, I believe, is true, and I have a proposed amendment that adds just one sentence that clarifies that should.
Thank you.
Just make it more clear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yep.
Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Brian Whitson. I'm a volunteer periodically, my family and I, at the Downtown Hope Center. And one thing that I just wanted to clarify is I don't understand why the two things are on the same amendment, because they seem like two very separate issues. The line dispute versus the housing, they seem like two separate things. So I don't understand why they're on the same amendment. That may go back to my ignorance being into the legal of things. But another thing I wanted to point out was they receive zero funding from state or from federal governments, anything like that. And also they are, my understanding, a 501c3 nonprofit. And under federal law, that nonprofit must show sustainability within 5 years. And they've been open for how many years? 30 years. So to kind of bring it to point, they're not a burden on our town whatsoever. They're only a benefit. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
Thank you, Assembly, for allowing me to talk. My name is Janine Chandler, and I work in the clothing department at Hope Center. And if I wasn't working in the clothing department, I would be out doing things that I probably shouldn't be doing. And I see a lot of the girls that they stay there. They do not leave the facility when they're, they volunteer there or they're in the program. That they would be out doing other things that would not be healthy for them. And I've changed a lot of my behaviors. I'm still struggling and going to treatment every day, but I would be doing other things, and so would they, and they would be subject to rape, cold, like it's going to be below zero soon, and different things like that. And this is our home where we live, and so we're just asking that you do not, put us out like that, and that you do extend this thing. That would be very beneficial to us. And 35% of them have jobs. 35% of them are in the programs that they offer. They're working 8 hours a day in the program, writing, taking notes, taking tests, and cooking, that they're not just sitting on their butts doing nothing. And the other 35% are disabled. One lady we have there, she's paralyzed halfway down her body. And so we offer a lot of services to different young women that have been abused. They show up with black eyes, whatever. They get to come in, and we're not ever asked to leave. I've been there on and off for 3 years. We're not asked to leave. They may always make room for us or find a place for us. I'm never asked to leave there, or like it's overcrowded or you have to leave. And that's been my home for a long time. I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
My name's Amanda Hudson, and I've been struggling with a heroin addiction for the last 10 years. I lost pretty much everything in my life, and this past year I got really sick. I was on the streets, and I almost died. I was in the hospital for 2 months, and I had nowhere else to go after I got out of the hospital. And I went to the Hope Center, and it's been my home for the past year. I'm a year clean, and I have a job, and I'm getting back with my kids, and my life is coming together again. And it wouldn't have come together like that if it wasn't for the Hope Center, giving me somewhere safe to live and helping all the other ladies that are going through the same thing that I'm going through. So,
thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I believe we have some amendments.
I would move amendment number 1, which is at page 2, beginning of line 29. It would add, notwithstanding the insert the language, the timing of where deactivation is there, would strike due to temperature increase or expiration of the civil emergency. And then really that's it. I think what it really does is at the bottom there, it adds standard closing time as specified in the shelter's approved plan and protocols. What the current draft version does and what the current cold weather shelter ordinance does is it sets a hard line of 8 a.m. as the time when the shelter has to close in the morning. And in discussions with the administration, it seems more reasonable to apply a standard that says the place must be clear when the applicant's stated time in their permit is up. So if the permit that they've submitted, the application says we want to do 9 o'clock or 6 o'clock or 8 o'clock, whatever's in their permit and approved by the director will be the time when they have to leave. Instead of an arbitrary 8 a.m. closure, this makes it so that it's at the time determined by the applicant, approved by the director.
Thank you. Is there a second for that amendment?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Wynn-Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did just want to make clear that the change is just the italicized portion at the bottom. The other formatting is the formatting inherent in the original version and the S version. It's just that italicized portion at the bottom is the amendment. And as Mr. Constant said, this really is to change effectively to mirror current practice, where some of the churches, particularly my understanding, is closed before 8 a.m. in order to allow other uses of their building. So this is simply aligning code with practice.
Thank you. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it possible here that if a church didn't want to close or have a closing time, would it also require then a separate application to be day shelter under this, or would it just be one application and they would just kind of roll on a 24-hour basis, per the director's discretion, of course?
I believe, Mr. Chair, that the underlying ordinance removes the term night. And so if...
I understand that. I just want to know kind of operationally, is the thought that a church or a facility that wanted to offer emergency shelter at night and then say, oh, well, we can remain open during the day as well, would that be 2 designations or 1?
Is that a question for Ms. Pineda?
I think that maybe I can speak to it, and Natasha can also speak to it as well. I think legally, it's a challenging question, because what does day sheltering mean? A church can already invite people into the facility to stay there during the day and have coffee and worship or gather. And so the question of what is and is not a day shelter is a little bit is challenging in this instance, drawing that line. I imagine, practically speaking, and I'll allow Director Pineda to speak to this, that the application would simply provide for a morning closing time of the overnight sheltering component, because the intent of this language is really just to say, if the cold weather piece or the emergency expires in the middle of the night, you aren't going to wake people up and kick them out of your shelter in the middle of the night. It really is just to make sure that your overnight sheltering piece has a clear ending point and that people get to remain there until that ending point. But I'll defer to Director Pineda.
Hello, it's Natasha Pineda. Through the chair, the intention of the change there is really that most of the churches actually have activities that start at 7 or 7:30, and so having that 8 a.m. currently, we don't even apply it. And so if the intention of this is to make sure that this ordinance is something that's enforceable and is based on what we do in our practice, that's a good change. It also helps the churches so that they're not concerned. It causes worry for some of them, because they're in the application, it actually says 8 a.m., but they may be operating till 7 or 7:30. So it just gives me the discretion to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Pineda, would you, could you answer some questions again? So I just want to dig down a little bit. I think Ms. Wint-Pearson hinted at this during our testimony. There's some worry here that this ordinance gives you you are the health director, so it gives you sort of arbitrary power to close facilities. So my question is, do you read that as the intent of the ordinance? And if this passes, do you have any kind of intention to close any existing shelter facilities?
Sorry, is this relevant to the amendment?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were back to the main motion.
Apologies.
So I'll ask the exact same questions when we're done with the amendment.
Any other deliberation on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote? Mr. Dyson, how do you vote on the amendment?
I think one ringtone means yes.
Mr. Dyson? Yeah, I don't think he's there.
Yes.
Aha. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. That amendment passes 11-0.
Mr. Weddleton's amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Weddleton, let's get that amendment, and then we'll go to the main.
All right, I'd like to move amendment number 2.
Second.
And this would add to page 4, beginning at line 26. The sentence, visible posting of planned dates of operation is sufficient to meet this requirement. We've clearly had some confusion about this section that says you'd have to provide a minimum of 7 days' notice to occupants. And this just makes clear that if you post that, you're going to run Tuesdays, November through April, that's considered sufficient notice, or whatever your plans are for running a emergency shelter.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any discussion? Seeing none?
Wait, hold on, I'm thinking.
Call for the vote.
If I might, I'm concerned that there might be some unanticipated effect of these words, because they're very broad words.
Do we want to ask the administration for their
I would
legal
love to
input?
hear just a brief legal interpretation, because I understand what you're saying and I agree with what you're saying, and I just don't know if that's what we're doing here.
Ms. Wynn Pearson?
Through the chair, I'm not sure what Mr. Constant thinks we might be doing. The intent was to state that if you posted visibly in the sheltering location the intended hours or days of operation, that would be sufficient notice, and make clear that it wasn't that you had to explicitly 7 days prior to closure contact each individual or something like that, but this was to address some concerns of particularly the religious assemblies that participate in the church-based sheltering program, who operate maybe once a week or once every 2 weeks on a 9-church rotating schedule, that if they had posted in their shelter space, the shelter will be open periodically from, through April 30th or whatever their closing date is, that would be sufficient notice so folks using that facility would understand that the end of the sheltering season. But Mr. Constant, if you have a specific concern, definitely.
It comes to mind now that I've had just a second to digest this, and in effect that I think there's a disconnection between what's permitted and what they could post on the wall at any time, and so I think that the key there's a missing piece might be that it's as permitted or as agreed in the permit, because anybody could change a sign on the wall, right? And so I don't know that this will get us there, but I think that it might be that visible posting of plan dates, I guess if the plan dates are in the permit, I don't know, it's confusing to me.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Maybe Mr. Weddleton can elucidate us.
A couple things. One thing, anyone acting as a emergency shelter volunteered to do this very significant thing. And they say, maybe someone will say, I'm going to do this 7 days a week for 6 months a year. Thank you. Or maybe they say, we can't quite handle that, but I can do 1 day a week for 6 months. And that's tremendous. Thank you. So I don't think they're going to be deceitful here, but they'll just say, here's when we'll be open. And my understanding of the goal of this unamended and amended section is, we just don't want people to be thrown out on the streets with no notice. They should be able to know, okay, Tuesdays at this church, I can find overflow shelter. Thursdays at this one. And if this is posted during the whole season or some time of availability, they know that and can plan on it. So that's my understanding, is don't take people who are down and out and be able to toss them out on the street unexpectedly. And this just clarifies, it was clearly a point of confusion.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would maybe using the word visible posting of approved dates of operation, because that would say that these are the approved dates, so that they've already been determined that it's going to remain open, that there's already been some approval. It's not just that we would like to be open or we're planning to be open, but we're approved to be open. Might address Mr. Constant's concern and just provide a little bit more concreteness to it.
I'm okay with that.
And the word that came to my mind, Mr. Chair, was permitted dates, but approved, permitted, I think they achieve the same effect.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Anything further, Mr. Constant?
You want to make
Hear from Mr. Gates before I make a motion.
Sure. Mr. Gates.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that while the amendment in front of us is just to subsection 3, small letter b, subsection 3 in the ordinance on page 12, it does use the words approved already. The plan of the written plan and protocols consistent with the emergency shelter plan of the municipality and approved by the department. So the department has to approve what's up here as well as what's in small letter a. Approved is already part of this language.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Constant.
That suffices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So, seeing no motion, we'll go ahead and just vote on the amendment as written. Okay, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote on the amendment?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. Now, we have the main motion before us. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I want to call Ms. Pineda up again and just quickly restate that question. So does this create a new power that doesn't already exist in the administration? And if this passes tonight, do you intend to close any existing shelters that are running?
So the way I interpret this and the way I understand and the intent of it is gives us an opportunity to be able to have shelter available year-round based on emergency situations and circumstances that we don't have right now. So currently, this goes into it expires, but historically, it's only been activated when the temperature hits 45 degrees. We practically applied that every October 1st to April 30th. So it wasn't necessarily temperature, but that's the range of time. This allows me, as the director or any future director, to say we have a lack of services available in sheltering for X population. So women, children, men, seniors, whatever the issue may be as it presents itself, this body knows we currently don't have enough shelter for most populations in the city. So I would see us using this as an opportunity to actually communicate what our concern is or our emergency is. Women being sheltered is an area that we have not enough services around. So we would see ourselves extending that to the Hope Center and to any other agencies that wanted to provide that service. So that's how we would interpret it at the department.
So just to be crystal clear and restate, if we pass this, do you have any intention of closing any existing shelters?
No, and I've communicated that to the Hope Center.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, because there's clearly been confusion. There's a lot of paranoia that this is an attack on the Hope Center, but the reality is because of their odd zoning issue with being kind of maybe, they're not quite a transient center, but maybe sort of, but they've been allowed to exist because of Title 16, but it says cold weather, and that's short term, and this makes it easier for them. It's very supportive of Hope Center.
Correct.
In fact, if it's to be construed as anything, it's really tailored to help Hope Center more than anyone, so that they can operate year-round. Is that right?
Certainly they're an organization that is operating year-round right now that would benefit from this ordinance, but I think there are other organizations that would want to provide services that may come forward that would also benefit from this service.
All right, so it really expands our ability of Anchorage to deal with homeless issue.
Yes, year-round. I mean, we just don't have that right now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Well, I've got a number of questions, but just as long as you're up. But this ordinance also allows if the weather drops below a certain or stays above a certain temperature and you do not declare the need for shelter for the municipality to close the Hope Center in 7 days. Is that correct? So without the weather where it should be, and without a direct sort of statement by your department that there is a need, then they very well could be served a 7-day notice and be asked to close.
Through the chair, that's correct, because I think the only assurance we can provide, a permanent assurance to a facility like the Downtown Hope Center, is a change to Title 21. If you want to provide them the permanent entitlement to operate sheltering as a secondary use, that has to go through the zoning code and through the process of amending Title 21. So you're correct, though, that this is in no way a guarantee to the Downtown Hope Center that they will forever be permitted to operate under Title 16, but at present, it is an extension through the director's discretion of their ability to operate under Title 16. Again, if this body wants to take up the question of a Title 21 amendment, that would be the next step if that's your desire.
So just clarification that it's not your intent in this point to take that action, and that once this is passed, it creates an opportunity for the body to then discuss options moving forward for whether it's an amendment to Title 21 or not. Is that, am I correct?
Yeah, that's
Restating that?
That's how I interpret it.
Thank you. That's the question I have. And then the other question that I have is for the authors of this ordinance, specifically the section, let me find it real quick here, sorry. It's on page 3, line 29. Facilities designated as emergency shelters under this chapter shall not be considered homeless and transient shelters for the purpose of determining required blah, blah, blah. I guess I'd like to understand the purpose of that being added to this.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. If we've learned one thing, if you grant a temporary use to an entity that decides it wants to become a permanent use, it will attempt to exercise the rights granted under that use, even if it is not eligible for those rights. So what we see here, this doesn't affect them because they have other parameters within the code that provide them a buffer. At least that's how it's been described to them. They're a lesson to us that if we grant these temporary shelters and then the operators of them decide to make them in some way quasi-permanent without having the right to do that, they are then asserting rights over lands all around them that they aren't entitled to. And it's not fair to the people who own and operate or intend to own and operate businesses in those areas in which these temporary uses are intended to be granted. So really, it's a protection.
So just want to make sure I understand that a facility that is not a permanent shelter that has the opportunity to function as a temporary shelter is not afforded the same rights as a permanent shelter, even though the intent of that law was to separate vulnerable people from certain kinds of businesses. And vulnerable people we know will be there because we are creating an opportunity for them to be housed there.
So if the Elks Lodge decided to offer a temporary use of their property for the purposes of emergency shelter, and there wasn't a church and there wasn't a school anywhere nearby there, that could stop a business who is 400 feet away and intending to go into business that's planted to be there permanently, not temporarily, but because this right would be granted in a quasi way, it's not granted in a way that you go through the process to be established, which is through the Title 21 process, planning and zoning review, all those other things, we would be getting in the way of all kinds of other people's rights in the process. And so while it sounds and feels good to believe the story that we've been told here, it actually doesn't affect reality in the way that they're saying. What this does is puts into code clearly that for the temporary uses that are coming forward, if the underlying use is not protected, then this doesn't grant them a protected use until it's permanent, right? Because those people have rights too, right? And then we would be in a temporary way granting permanent exclusions.
Okay, thanks. And then my last question, sorry, I've got is earlier, and it was to Sherry Laurie, but I don't think she was the right person to ask the question. What is the reason that the Downtown Hope shelter is not able to pursue a permanent shelter status?
Through the chair, they're not located in the PLI zone. Under current Title 21, the only zone in which homeless and transient sheltering is permitted is in PLI with a conditional use permit. I can't remember the top of my head the zoning of the Downtown Hope Center, but I believe it's a business zone. One of the it's not PLI as the
So it's
short
the
answer.
location they're in. It's not anything to do with their facility or their services or any of those kinds of things. It's simply the location they're in.
It's simply the zoning district that their property is located in.
Got it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to speak to the ordinance broadly, but also touch a little bit on the question Mr. Perez-Verdia asked and that Mr. Constant addressed. I mean, the idea here is that we can open up the opportunity for temporary or emergency shelter. I'm trying to use the right nomenclature. We've used a lot of different words, but it's emergency shelter in a variety of places to serve a variety of populations. I like that Mr. Constant used the Elks Club. I mean, in theory, a gym, the Alaska Club, could potentially offer this up. And what we want to make sure is that we can balance the needs of our community for emergency shelter, as well as balance the business and other needs and impacts in our community. And I really actually am quite happy with this ordinance and the work done on this ordinance. I urge you all to support it in that I think it's a good piece to our continuum of sheltering options in Anchorage. It allows our community to come forward and offer services. It allows us to really digest who needs shelter at any given time and to be responsive. I think it allows us more levers to pull other than just the weather, which I think is really good and very thoughtful. And it also it takes out the overnight provision. It allows us to potentially have emergency day shelter. And I think that's something we haven't had that is sorely missing in Anchorage, a place for people to go during the day. We saw the impacts when Brother Francis had to close its day sheltering programs. And then finally, I'll point out that, the need for shelter beds, I mean, the Anchored Home Plan is a great barometer for that. It says we need shelter beds. So I think there's community input or there's a community reference point, for the Department of Health to look to as it makes its decisions and its discretion. So I urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wint-Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, I just wanted to offer a quick comment on the drafting of this section regarding facilities designated as emergency shelters not being considered homeless and transient shelters. And I believe I said something effectively to this point during our work session last week, but wanted to say it again in the presence of everyone here, which is that this exception is drafted very narrowly, effectively simply to remove any confusion about how the law currently is written. None of many of the facilities that are eligible to participate in this ordinance, in this program, are already protected land uses. Anything that is a religious assembly or a church under old Title 21 is already a protected land use. Anything that's a school, already a protected land use. This is simply anything that is not already on that list, does not become a homeless and transient shelter, because homeless and transient shelter is a defined use that is for which a conditional use permit is required under Title 21. So effectively, legally, becoming an emergency shelter cannot make you a homeless and transient shelter under Title 21. And so it's simply clarifying that. And it also, as Ms. Salatel mentioned, this ordinance may allow different types of facilities to pop up and provide shelter maybe intermittently in times of different crises. And we create an untenable position in the business community if those facilities may suddenly become this very defined use under Title 21, which has other unintended consequences. So it is drafted very narrowly, simply really to reiterate what the state of the law already is, but to make it crystal clear so there is no question going forward about that issue.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Wint-Pearson. I was about to ask that question which you just answered, which is that that section is clarifying language. And if we were to remove it, it wouldn't actually change the law. It cannot be the case that designated emergency shelter creates a homeless and transient shelter, because if it did, they'd immediately be out of compliance with Title 21. So it's purely clarifying language, and thank you for reiterating that. So with that said, I again want to thank the authors of this ordinance for the work they've done and everyone else for the work they've done on this ordinance. It's something we've actually been talking about for years. I remember when I first got in the Assembly, the same issue came up, and we've been working with the administration to extend the cold weather designation, to kind of create these workarounds, and this better reflects the actual reality on the ground, that we need emergency shelter beds regardless of what the temperature is outside. And lastly, I'd just like to thank the folks that testified tonight. And I really regret that it seemed like a lot of you were under stress and worried that this was going to somehow close the Downtown Hope Center to close, cause them to close, when that's actually the opposite of what we're trying to do. And so I apologize. I mean, these kind of ordinances can be very legalistic, and sometimes the intention gets lost. But I just want to reiterate, again, thank you for coming down tonight. Thank you for sharing your stories. And, you've bolstered my intention to vote yes on this, because it does achieve the goal of trying to keep good places like the Downtown Hope Center operational. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So the primary motivation of bringing this forward is fidelity and truth. Having our code reflect our practices is very important, because if we're allowing people to operate in ways that twist the code into pretzels, people wonder, what is it all about? Is there any truth? So we've sat through a number of committee meetings, work sessions. We've had all of these factors and matters explained to us over and over and again, and I know that the operators of the Hope Center who've come here tonight and in fact ginned up this energy and this testimony and brought all of these people here so that they could tell us that what we're doing is wrong, it doesn't smack of fidelity or truth. I heard something kind of awful tonight in the characterization of the Downtown Community Council, that on a matter that's going to come before us, that group just organized a bunch of activists in support of their cause, and they testified and voted against us. To me, that is what someone who comes to one meeting in a year only for their own interests says about a group of people who work hard and come every month in and month out. So when you have advocates for a cause telling false stories about hardworking people, it certainly brings into question the motivation of those operators. And we've seen the fruit of, whether it was intentional or just a misunderstanding, the communication that's led to. And so this ordinance is not about you. This ordinance is about our whole community needing more of the services you're delivering and a number of other people are delivering. And we want more people to provide these services. And so I am hopeful that the community and its members can figure out how to work together. I heard tonight that this facility is not a burden. It's a good thing for the city. That's true. But it's actually a nightmare for those who live and work around it, just like all the rest of the shelters. They provide a good community service and a real burden on the neighborhood. And so we have a lot of work to do in figuring out how to have these organizations coexist in our neighborhoods. And you wonder why we would put elements in there that clarify the code so that people who would join and do this work in the future would be able to clearly understand what's in the code. It's because if you don't, there will be fights in every place that one of these tries to open up that isn't already zoned for this use, because it's clear that the intent will become to permanently operate whatever you're doing. So this whole conversation is important in the long term, because it's going to help a lot of other providers understand when we talk about temporary emergency shelter, it's temporary. It's not permanent. And we can have conversations, and I'm sure we will have conversations about how we change the code to ensure that this operation is able to continue doing what they do. I hope that the process has fidelity. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I simply couldn't end on that No, so I guess I just need to add thanks for coming down today and for sharing your story and for sharing your thoughts. This has been very helpful for me as well, and I want to reiterate that there is no intention to close the Downtown Hope Center, and that after this is likely to pass, which sounds like it's going to, there is certainly going to be a conversation about what's next, about how we ensure that we have enough shelter beds in the city to accommodate the need, but also how we make sure that organizations like yours continue to thrive. Because I've had personal experience in your organization, and I agree with much of what I have heard, that it is a wonderful place that's providing a very important service. So thank you again for coming out tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. To Mr. Constant's comment, if we washed out or blew off the testimony from people who don't understand completely or overstate their case, we'd be pretty short on valuable witnesses, but that is a be. All of us are pretty human. In the best of all worlds, I would want for us to put this off for 60 days, give the Assembly a chance to make the auxiliary use change in Title 21, and hold in abeyance the enforcement of, in essence, shutting down or inhibiting the non-conforming uses as they are. And to Mr. Constant's very valid issue of not prohibiting businesses who have already moved into the area from continuing, or from folks that are making their plans on the existing zoning. That'll be difficult, but I think it's doable. So that would be my preference. And I think that Ms. Platerney has very accurately suggested the way forward for us. So I would prefer that we delay our actions with the clarifications I put in, but I don't think that's going to persevere tonight. So I'm going to vote no, but I take very credible what the administration is trying to do, is to work out a difficult situation and conform to our existing statutes, and I salute them for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote?
No.
That passes 10-1. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we will be on item 14E. We now have before us item 14E, resolution number AR 2019-251. A resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $185,000 as a contribution from the 2019 Anchorage Health Department Human Services Division Area-Wide General Fund to the Area-Wide Miscellaneous Operating Grants Fund in the Anchorage Health Department for the Mobile Intervention Team and Emergency Overflow Shelter. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
I have a question for staff. So we get occasional complaints from people that we don't have good accounting on how much we spending on the homeless. And it's like it comes from lots of different pockets. Is this, my understanding of this is to help us get a grip on that? Is that right?
Through the chair, indirectly, but the primary motivation of this is just to operationalize first quarter budget revisions. So you'll recall when the Assembly was adopting first quarter budget revisions, we put this amount of money into the overflow line. We never moved it internally from where it needed to go to where it needed to be on the SAP fund. So this gives us the authorization to do that. It is a part of the larger effort to get a better understanding of how all the monies are flowing in the homeless area, in as much as it attends to our overall goal of making it clearer in the health department where we're spending these funds and in the police department. But it is not the primary motivation, although it certainly will aid in that effort.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
I guess this it goes to staff as well. Can you be specific about exactly how these funds will be used?
Through the chair to Mr. Perez-Verdia, Ona Brous, Chief of Staff to Mayor Berkowitz. My understanding is that this is, as Mr. Falsey stated, moving the money dedicated for the mobile intervention team funding, specifically from the health department budget into the, sorry, Bill's showing me something now, into the line item where it can actually be spent to do that. So it will continue the operations of the mobile intervention team as they have been doing so far.
Can I follow up? So does it expand the services? Does it increase the services? Does it allow to do something that it's not currently doing? That's kind of what I'm trying to get to.
Through the chair to Mr. Perez-Verdia, my understanding is that it does not. This is just a move of money from one line to another. It's not changing their function. It is just putting them in the right place in the budget.
One more, please. Just, I guess I'm asking the same question over and over because I'm confused. These were additional funds that were allocated. My understanding of the intention is that it was intended to increase the services in some way, and so I guess I'm confused why the addition of these funds, this $185,000, doesn't change the services or increase services, but it merely keeps it the same.
Yeah, through the chair, partly this is just a timing issue, and we may be sort of talking past each other. At first quarter budget revisions, when we added money, we upped the game of the MIT. We've been proceeding in that course because we amended the budget, but we didn't move the money to the right place. So now we're moving the money to match the budget.
I see. So just to make sure I understand it. So we did, through the allocation of these funds, increase services, but the money just didn't move at that point. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. I was actually going to say that I had spoken with Ms. Pineda about these funds, and this is ministerial change, moving it from column A to column B. So.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14F, ordinance number AO 2019-97, an ordinance amending section 2.30.080 of the Anchorage Municipal Code to permit action on a motion to reconsider at any meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question. When we take out the word regular and next meeting, can operationally, that's a next meeting of the assembly, so it would have to be called for the entire body, not a committee meeting turn something else separately noticed, correct? That's the intention?
Through the chair, yes. It's simply to allow these items to be considered at a special meeting, not simply a regular meeting. And as we discussed in the work session last week, it's really just to allow quick consideration, because otherwise the motion for reconsideration, when properly seconded, suspends the underlying action until it can be voted on. And in some instances, that's 3 weeks, depending on the regular meeting calendar.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
I support this, and it seems so simple and obvious, and I thank Assemblymember Costin for doing this.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo what Mr. Weddleton just said. Thank you, Mr. Constant, and those who helped with the crafting of this. It helps prevent some shenanigans, and in that way, I think helps promote transparency and public involvement. And if he were here today, I'm sure Mr. Carl Haberman would have been fully in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant.
I would just thank our crack legal department, whose mission is to get the job done as efficiently as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote? Thanks.
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14G, resolution number AR 2019-271, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly setting public hearing for the first-time renewal of and approving the renewal of municipal marijuana license for cultivation establishment Arctic Earth number M10107, stating the Assembly's waiver of protest to the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license number 10107. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton or Ms. Kennedy?
We did not review this at the Community Economic Development Committee. This is, we haven't typically done renewals unless there were, which we talked before, we might if there are NOVs to deal with.
Okay.
Notices of violation.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14H, resolution number AR 2019-272, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly setting public hearings for the first-time renewals of and approving the renewals of municipal marijuana licenses for manufacturing establishments Raspberry Roots number M10856, Brown Bear Labs number M14619, Cold Creek Extracts number M15594, stating the Assembly's waiver of protest to the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license numbers 10856, 14619, and 15594.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
All right, thanks. So I do support this renewals for all of them, but I would point out that an example here is Cold Creek Extracts has a number of notices of violations that I think if you get, I think there's like 5 or 6 in here, but they were typically self-reported, and some of them were kind of recording in their metric system. They had a problem. There was something about transferring product that wasn't weighed right, but they self-reported. So, we all set our own standards, but when I look at this, it looks like, okay, there's no bad intent, there was no bad result, and it's kind of a thing that they're working on and improving.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14I, resolution number AR 2019-273, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly setting public hearings for the first-time renewals of and approving the renewals of municipal marijuana licenses for retail establishment, Secret Garden Cannabis, M number 12768, Alaska Weeds, number M14083, Pakalolo Oceanside, number M10890, stating the Assembly's waive of protest to the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license numbers 12768, 14083, and 10890.
Waive reading.
Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote?
Yes.
He's here. It's a good operation.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14J, resolution number AR 2019-274, the resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of controlling interest of beverage dispensary tourism liquor license number 1036 for Northern Lodging LLC, DBA Slippery Salmon Bar and Grill located at 115 East 3rd Ave, Anchorage, AK 98501. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14K, resolution number AR 2019-275, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of ownership of package store liquor license number 159 for KYJ Corporation, DBA In-N-Out Liquor 1, located at 3601 Arctic Boulevard, Anchorage, AK 99503.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, again, for the record, my name is Tim Potter with the Midtown Community Council. As you know, the Midtown Community Council attempted to work with the existing owner, and that was not successful as a result of paperwork and other things that occurred. The Community Council, based on the health condition of the current owner, has taken the position that we would wait until after the transfer of the license occurred, and we would reach out to the new owners and discuss issues that are of concern with the Community Council, especially those that you have recently seen with the mom and pop's grocery and liquor. I would note, however, for your consideration, it's interesting that a Alaska Alcoholic Beverage Control Board Form AB-01 transfer license application can be determined to be complete, and it calls into question for me how much they actually look at this. If you go to page 506 in the bottom right corner, you get to the two questions about separation distances, pedestrian routes from schools and churches. I don't even know if I can count on 4 hands or my hands and feet the number of schools within 10 miles of this location. And yet no one has brought anything up. And when I see things like this, it makes me question kind of the totality or understanding of the information that goes into it. Now, if we're really talking about a 200-foot separation, I'm not concerned because I know there's no schools within 200 feet from a walking distance standpoint, door to door. But it's funny and ironic and frightening all at the same time that 10 miles, pretty much there's no schools. So with that, I just wanted to go on the record that we have taken the position that we are going to reach out to the new owners. We're not anti-transfer of ownership. We do hope for the best, and any encouragement that you can provide to the new owners to come and attend our community council meetings would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Just to sort of echo what Mr. Potter was saying, and the discussion that we had earlier during public appearance requests, I think what's happening at this license and the conversation that the Midtown Community Council is having at this license location is sort of another indicator for why we really need to move forward with this concept and idea that I understand has a lot of sort of legal what-ifs of some type of district that within them all of these different licenses would have the same type of restrictions on them. Just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. Next on our agenda is item 14L, resolution number AR 2019-276, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of controlling interest of restaurant eating place liquor license number 1064 and restaurant designation permit for Venus Restaurant Corporation, DBA Sorrento's, located at 610 East Fireweed Lane, Anchorage, AK 99503. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. That completes our regular agenda. Special orders, there are none. We are down to audience participation. Would anyone like to speak before us? Anyone at all? All right. Down to assembly comments. I'll go ahead, start on this side. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No comments this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
None, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
I would just say that this weekend I had the great fortune to attend my niece's wedding. Heather Porter became Mrs. Heather and Calvin Schrage. That name might mean something to some people. So celebrate you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know I was greatly missed last week why I was gone for a whole 5 days. But I did get to check 3 things off my bucket list. On Wednesday, I was in Seattle and saw the Rolling Stones. Just myself and 70,000 of my closest friends. And then I flew back to Iowa to my hometown and had my 50th high school reunion on Saturday. And 21 of the 39 remaining living members of my class were there for that event, some of which I had not seen since graduation night 50 years ago. And then on Sunday, just to complete the trip, we had a little mini family reunion. My brother and my nephew and my niece's fiance went to Field of Dreams. And they one Sunday each month during the summer, the ghosts come out of the corn and take the field. And just so happened that I was lucky that the 18th was the day, and I was surprised, but there was about 350 to 400 people there for that. And I think a lot of that those people were there because there's a lot of renewed interest in the Field of Dreams, because they announced here a week or so ago that the Yankees and White Sox are going to play an official game at the Field of Dreams next August. And they're actually building a separate field for that game. They're going to use the replica grandstands from Old Comiskey Field from back a century ago. And anyway, so it was a good week, good 5 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Peterson, we missed you at the AML conference last week.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Only comment that I have is we just got notice, the clerk and I, during this meeting, that the meeting we were supposed to have next week with the Mat-Su Borough and the Anchorage Assembly, the joint meeting, needs to be rescheduled due to the fire out in the valley. They gave us that notice during this meeting, and we will look at rescheduling that. So thank you to everyone who's working out, and I believe some of our crews are working out there, correct? Yeah. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
I just want to say, Mr. Peterson, if you build it, they will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alatel.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I traveled last week too, and I guess I had as much fun as Mr. Peterson did. So I was in San Francisco briefly and met with a team of kind of EMTs, the people kind of they're parallel to our MIT. They call it their HOT, and their health director and Assemblyman Constant basically set that up for me, and thank you for that. It was very interesting. And then, of course, toward San Francisco, I went to one of their shelters, and it was down in the Tenderloin district, which is really awful. But they're working on it. They're kind of like us. You know, the solution is a distance away, but they're working on it from all different angles. Then I got a 9-hour layover in Portland and went to they have a group called Transitions that has a variety of operations, and I got a tour of one of theirs. It was very impressive, and again, for the area, it was had the capacity they needed, so there wasn't a big problem surrounding it. And I also got a tour of Dignity Village, which is a self-governed camp for up to 60 people. It's out on the edge of town. Essentially no government involvement except there's a piece of land, go use it. And for 19 years they've grown from tents into basically large sheds, and they have very good success with people moving up and out of the system. So I learned a lot that trip. Oh, I also got to go see Hamilton, which is this play that's pretty popular.
Yeah.
And it was very cool. I didn't know what to expect, and it's way better than the new Spider-Man movie.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Dyson.
No comments, but thank you for your courtesy, and I appreciate the discussion tonight.
Thank you. Seeing that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned.